Calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, April 21st, 2021. The time is 12:09 in the afternoon, and this hearing is being conducted virtually on the Zoom video conference broadcast platform. It's also available, I believe, streaming live on the Chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. And this hearing, which is being recorded, will be uploaded in the next day or two so that it's available through the council's website as well. The subject of this hearing is school security in District of Columbia public and public charter schools. This hearing will build on testimony received by the committee at the October 21st, 2020 roundtable on school security in District of Columbia Public Schools. That hearing focused on what is needed for a smooth transition of the security contract to the DC Public Schools, a transition of the contract from MPD, Metropolitan Police Department, to DCPS. That hearing also focused on best practices around security in schools and reimagining school security for the 2021-2022 school year, which begins this fall. The purpose of today's hearing is, first, to hear from DCPS officials on the transition of its security contract. Second, to consider the April 1st, 2021 recommendations of the Police Reform Commission on police in the schools and school security. Third, to hear from the public regarding police in the DCPS and charter schools and on school security. And fourth, how the DC public schools and public charter school officials each plan to implement revised security plans for the upcoming school year. In a sense, this hearing can be broken into two categories. First, what are we doing about security in the schools, the transition of the contract from MPD to DCPS, as well as plans for the forthcoming school year. And second, what are the recommendations of the Police Reform Commission regarding policing and security in our schools? We have 31 witnesses, and what I'm going to do is invite witnesses, 10 folks at a time, into the hearing room so that we can hear from them, and then ask some questions if we have any, and go through the witnesses that way. I had asked that a couple representatives from the Police Reform Commission be here, and they're going to be at the beginning. And I'll give them a little bit longer than the 4 minutes that the witnesses will have, other witnesses will have. And then our normal course is that the executive will come at the end. So Brenda Elliott, representing DCPS, will testify at the end of the hearing. There are some principals who are on the list, and we're not treating them as government, that is putting them at the end, and I'm anxious to hear what they have to say with regard to security in their schools. With that, let me invite the first 10 folks into the room. Samantha Davis, who's with Black Swan Academy and also was a member of the Police Reform Commission. Ron Hampton, who also was on the Police Reform Commission. Lewis Davis, Robert Lee, and Nishawn Hatton, each of whom are with the Service Employees International Union, SEIU, Local 32BJ. Justin Ralston, who is a principal at Roosevelt High School. Sundai Riggins, who is a principal at Henley Elementary School. Naya White, who's with the Center City Public Charter School. Catherine Procope, who's with Howard, it says here on the list, Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Science. And Michelle Santos, who is Chief Creative Officer at Richard Wright Public Charter School. Why don't we begin with Samantha Davis? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for holding this hearing and for the opportunity to testify. I'm Samantha Davis. I'm the founder and executive director of the Black Swan Academy. I am also a commissioner with the Police Reform Commission. We are just about approaching a year since the residents of the city have rallied in historic numbers to demand racial justice, to demand the removal of police from schools, the defunding of the police, and the investment in communities. Now we are presented with yet another opportunity to boldly and strategically invest in true safety for young people. We can do this now knowing that those residents who testified last year, Black and brown young people all over the city, the State Board on Education, the Task Force for Jails and Justice, and now the Police Reform Commission, a body formed by this council, all agree that we must immediately remove police from schools and reimagine school safety by divesting from positions and practices that are carceral or punitive in nature, and investing in resources that promote a liberatory, healthy, and safe, positive school environment. My colleagues and youth leaders from Black Swan Academy have submitted testimony, and so my remarks are going to be in the capacity of a commissioner. As a commission, we stand in solidarity with young people, calling for the mayor, the city council, DCPS, DC Public Charter Schools, OSSI, and all other stakeholders to make the necessary changes in the budget and our policies and practices to ensure that schools are a sanctuary where all young people can learn, where they can develop and make mistakes without fear of harm or persecution. To make this vision a reality, some of the recommendations that the commission have put forward include for the council to prohibit MPD and other law enforcement agencies from serving warrants, detaining or arresting youth on campus or at school-related events. The council should enact similar safeguards that extend to school personnel to protect students and their family members from district and federal immigration law enforcement agencies. Schools should be weapon-free zones. Law enforcement officers should be required to disarm before entering a school unless responding to a violent incident. We are also joining the call for police-free schools. By the end of fiscal year 21, the council should eliminate the MPD School Safety Division and create a community-led process to reallocate those resources. So at this point, roughly $14 million, and make additional investments supporting positive youth development and promoting safe and healthy learning environments. We couple our call for divestment with the need to radically invest in the health and safety of young people. Our failure to invest in appropriate resources and care-based positions in our schools forces schools to rely on police and security personnel to do the jobs they simply are not meant or capable of doing. More often than not, we are criminalizing young people for normal adolescent behavior, for their responses to trauma, or for their disabilities. In practice, this looks like the 7-year-old autistic Black boy who had the police called on them for removing his mask on a school bus just last month. The students who missed a few days of virtual school and had police officers at their home doors to do a wellness check instead of it being a teacher or a social worker. Case examples provided to us by Children's Law Center also lift up practices such as a 5-year-old who was visited by a police officer instead of a social worker, taken away and interviewed alone about abuse allegations. A 9-year-old who was handcuffed for being emotionally distraught. A 11-year-old who was handcuffed for running through the hallways and then transported by MPD in handcuffs to a hospital when a parent couldn't be reached. So we couple the calls for divestment again with the charge that the district must radically invest in our schools. We must increase investments in community competent, trauma-informed school-based mental health professionals. Through the commission's own analysis, we found that DC schools fall far short of national standards regarding student to staff ratios. 71% of our schools do not meet the staffing standard for school counselors. 62% do not meet the standard for school social workers. 38% do not meet the standard for school psychologists. All of these professionals we know are critical to school safety. While at the same time, DC public schools have on average 1 security guard to every 165 students. And so we look at recommendations to increase funding that would support valuable services and resources, including positive behavioral intervention and supports, violence interrupters, community-led safe passage initiatives, and restorative justice, more art classes, extracurricular activities, and opportunities for young people to fully express themselves. We'll also share, and I'm mindful of my time. You said you were going to give us more. I don't know how much more, but I'll share just a few other findings briefly. The Police Reform Commission also found that when we're looking at security personnel as well as policing, it is necessary that we are addressing the larger policing culture within our education system that contributes to the school to prison pipeline, among other things. We found that there was a correlation between over-policing of young people and racial demographics. Of the 44 DC public schools that are part of the school resource officer clusters, 70% had student populations that are at least 50% Black. When we look at school security personnel, we see that schools with larger Black student populations have also more security personnel. For example, we can point to the recent school year of school year 19. School Without Walls were assigned 4 guards with a student enrollment of 590, while Anacostia has a student enrollment of 321, yet they were assigned 7 guards. Woodson has a student enrollment of 468, yet were assigned 8 guards. Ballou, 576 students, yet were assigned 12 guards. And so we need to completely eliminate the presence of school police. This also calls us to drastically consider and reduce the number of traditional security guards in our schools and increase our overall investment in holistic public health approach to school safety. I'll quickly say in regards to the school security contract, we do agree with other recommendations that DCPS should eliminate the outsourcing of school security to better ensure that people responsible for keeping students safe are integrated fully into the school system, and that we need to change the role of security personnel and expand it into looking at diverse groups of care-based positions that are more rooted in care versus a punitive nature and can better be aligned with a positive school environment. There is a much fuller testimony that you all received. Happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I'm going to go through all the witnesses and then I'll have some questions. I was told that Ron Hampton is having a couple of IT issues or something, so I'm going to go to the next witness. I'm going to rely on staff to tell me when Mr. Hampton is available. Lewis Davis, and you have 4 minutes.
First, thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and thanks to the rest of the council for allowing me to speak today. I'm Lewis Davis. I am the field representative for Service Employees International Union Local 32BJ. We are a local of about 170,000 property service workers, and over 1,000 of those members are contracted cleaners and security professionals in district government buildings, which include the Wilson Building, pandemic-related shelters in DC public schools. Our membership here in DC is almost exclusively Black and Latino. Thousands of our members are residents east of the river. They're in Ward 4 and Ward 5. Our DCPS security members are disproportionately east of the river residents and women, with over 80% of our DCPS security members being Black women in particular. Our members are often DCPS parents and alumni. In short, I'm testifying today to state our belief as a union that in order to successfully transition the security contract from MPD to DCPS, that the contracted security hours that were at pre-pandemic levels should be restored, and we reject the Police Reform Commission's recommendation to cancel the security contract. And furthermore, that any, quote, reimagining of the roles of security jobs should be an inclusive process that actually includes the people who do the work. I would be remiss not to discuss how we got here. In 2020, our union members joined, in DC in particular, joined the Uprising for Black Lives. We supported the calls for Mayor Bowser's 2020 budget to invest more in the communities that our members live and less in militarized policing. Hundreds of our members sent emails to DC Council in support of that. Simultaneously, a coalition of social justice organizations outlined a bold vision for reimagining policing in DC under the banner of Defund MPD. One of those planks in particular was a vision to remove MPD from schools. That call was ignored. To date, no MPD officers or school resource officers have been removed. Instead, for no reason outside of just political expediency, the job security of our members was attacked. This created a false dichotomy that in order to provide the needed mental and emotional health services for DCPS students, we needed to cut the jobs of public safety professionals below adequate levels. We believe that you can provide DCPS students with the needed mental and emotional professionals and services while ensuring that you have adequate security for a safe learning environment. The DCPS contract, in order for it to successfully transition from MPD to DCPS, the contract security hours must be, again, restored. Our members have endured massive layoffs and a reduction of hours during the past pandemic. A year later, many of our members have not returned to full-time work. Furthermore, the security contract, when it goes out to bid under the new management of DCPS, we are asking that our collective bargaining agreement be included in any bid documentation. Lastly, we reject the police reform's recommendation of counseling commission's recommendation on counseling the security contract and, quote, giving preference to rehiring in the new reimagined roles. First, the commission has not spoke to any of our members. They have not spoken with the company or the union. So they cannot possibly speak accurately, wholly to the roles that our members play. Second, the idea of preference in rehiring our members is a very cavalier attitude to potentially displacing hundreds of Black people from their jobs. In effect, you will fire some DCPS parents in order to provide some DCPS students with additional services that we believe as a union they need. And in close, we did tons of public outreach to many DCPS parents in the larger public, and we got a resounding no that they rejected the notion of reducing school security. We believe the commission's view is a minority opinion, one that is not organic from DCPS parents or DC residents. This will do nothing other than satisfy the donor base of some nonprofits and a very small constituency of voters, all while potentially harming our members' job security. Structural racism looks like police brutality, but structural racism also looks like the devaluing of a predominantly Black woman workforce and marginalizing their input in their future of their jobs. So any reimagining of security jobs should be an inclusive process that includes our members and DCPS. So in conclusion, we urge the council to, as the contract transitions, to restore the levels of security to pre-pandemic levels, and we reject the police commission's recommendation to cancel the security contract. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Give me just a moment. Mr. Davis, I'll let you go over a little, but I'm hopeful that the subsequent witnesses will stay within the 4 minutes. Robert Lee? Is Mr. Lee here?
Yes, Mr. Lee is here.
Well, I'm calling you. If you would speak, please. Be mindful, there's a clock in gallery view. There'll be a clock in the top row.
Hello?
Please proceed.
How everybody doing today? Good morning. Good morning. I'm Officer Lee. I'm a 16 vet at DCPS Security. I'm a resident of Ward 8. I'm a native of Washington, D.C. I graduated from Ballou Senior High School. Since one of the reasons why I became a security officer, a security professional, is because in 2004, a young man was shot and later died in Ballou. And so that motivated me, as well as being a volunteer football coach, to become a security professional for DC Public Schools. As being a security officer for DC Public Schools, is very important to us to continue to be there, because we find safety is very important. Because of my relationship as being a football coach, as well as a security officer, I create relationships with students by helping them get into school, by me coming to me with any problem that they may have that they may not want to talk to with other adults in the building. Also, relief this escalating situation turn violently because of my relationships with students. I'm also a member of the community, and being a member of the community, I find things out that may have happened on the weekend that I can tell young men and women when they come to school on Monday to leave those situations out there outside of school, don't bring it in school. And because they respect me, they do those things. I remember in my earlier years working in Ward 8 at Charles Hart Middle School, a young lady went missing for a couple of weeks. She ended up calling one of my co-workers. And after our shift, we all got in the car and we went and got her to bring her back to her family. Because of those, the relationship that we build with these young men and women helps us do our job at a very high level. We're not just standing there checking the metal detectors for weapons or trying to get somebody locked up or trying to put in discipline. We're there for the well-being and the culture of the school. Most principals and deans, they rely on security to help the flow of the culture of the building. And we don't just, we're not just standing there as statues, and we're not just trying to get people locked up, because that's not what we're there for. We are there for to provide a safe and learning environment for the students and the teachers and assist administration in any way possible. Like Lewis said, almost 85% of our workforce is women, and the women command just as much as respect as any man. They do a very great job. Some of them, have students calling them mom, because that's how the relationships that they build with our students' population. And 85% of them, if we cut security, they'll lose their job. And I mean, they have families, children, and a lot of them, their kids go to DC public school. So you're not just hurting, security, you're hurting Washingtonians that get a good paying wage job, which is hard out here, especially during this pandemic, even though we haven't had our full hours. But I mean, at this time, everything helps.
Mr. Lee, your time has expired.
In conclusion, I was about to end it there, sir.
Thank you. Nishan Hatton. Nishan Hatton, please. Please proceed, Ms. Hatton.
Hello, council members.
Hello.
My name is, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Nishan Hatton. I have been an officer and special police officer on DCPS contract for 24 years. We do more than protect and serve. We are mothers, fathers, counselors, and mentors. Security are the kids' first point of contact upon entering the building. The trust and bond that security have with kids has prevented a lot of situations and issues from being serious. With the information shared with us, we are able, along with our administration team, to put certain procedures in place to prevent bigger issues. We are able, a lot of times, to tell when some of our kids are going through something because we have learned their personality, body language, and attitudes. While working in the schools with the pandemic going on, we have been relied upon even more. Some examples. We are making sure that every visitor entering the school is maintaining social distancing, sometimes redirecting students and visitors to get their temperature checked and fill out the COVID-19 questionnaire. If a security officer notices that someone has marked yes on their questionnaire, we immediately inform our administrator that is on duty at the time. Me being an SPO on duty at my school, I immediately inform my supervisor. We are posted on the floors. We have been making sure the kids are remaining inside their assigned cohorts. The upcoming school year, we know that it would be very challenging. Factoring what our duties have been so far, along with security screening hundreds of students entering the building, preventing any kind of weapons and or contraband from getting inside the school. Keep in mind that students have not been around each other in over a year. We would not be knowledgeable to any beefs that may have taken place in the neighborhood prior to the kids returning to school. For the upcoming school year, we have to be more vigilant than ever because we have to get to know and familiarize ourselves with more kids than normal. I work in a high school. I am not familiar with my freshman class at all. The upcoming school year, we will have a new group of freshmen entering. We have to get to know them. I ask that you take this into consideration before decreasing security deployment in our schools. After hearing my testimony today, however the council acts, I hope that it does not lead to any job losses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hatton. Justin Ralston, who's a principal with Roosevelt High School.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to speak from my experiences as a school leader over the past 8 years in DC Public Schools. My name is Justin Ralston, and I have the honor of serving as principal of Theodore Roosevelt High School located in the Petworth neighborhood in Ward 4. I'm also a proud resident of Washington, DC. We serve students and families from all 8 wards and have the third highest enrollment of DCPS high schools. Our school is comprised of approximately 50% African American and 50% Latinx students, with enrollment nearing 800 students. We also share a space with Roosevelt Stay, an opportunity academy that serves nearly 700 students. Within a 2-block radius, Roosevelt High School has 6 DCPS schools within its area. When school is in session, there's easily over 3,000 students in this small area on a daily basis, plus our families, our staff, and our community partners. My number one job as a principal is to ensure safety. During my time as a school leader in DC, I have continued to be challenged by the role that school security plays in helping ensure this single most priority. I do want to be clear that there are some incredible security guards that go above and beyond their call of duty. They are deeply connected to our students, families, and community. My concern has not been so much about the individuals, but about the system that we have created to ensure safety. Often our students that are feeling unsafe within our community do not report their concerns, which means that they will internalize this struggle and find their own methods of dealing with it. No student should have to experience this, and we need to make progress in the following areas. Number one, we need to increase bilingual security guards. I've advocated for this since I began working in Washington, D.C. I continue to offer my services as a school to be able to host a hiring fair targeting our Spanish and Amharic community. To date, in 8 years, I've had one security guard for a partial year that was part-time, that was bilingual. Number two, school community voice in security guards. I want to ensure that our students, our staff, our family, and our community has a voice in who our security guards are. This is currently not the case due to constraints of the contract. I often don't know who our security guards are until the week before school. I've had to advocate for the last 7 months to get a security guard back in our building that was reassigned, who had actually been in our building for 8 years and is deeply invested and connected to our community. Number three, we need to guarantee safe passage. Students have consistently reported that they don't feel safe getting to and from home. And each year I receive reports of students being concerned about a war tax being charged for their safety to get through various neighborhoods. The support of DPR roving leaders has been incredible in helping advance this work, but we need to do more to support this truly a safe passage to and from school each day. Additionally, there's little emphasis on morning safe passage, and I found myself walking through the neighborhoods to ensure that our students are able to get to school safely. Number five, we need to address training needs around cultural competency and restorative practices. There's been significant needs to be able to focus on this work along with de-escalation skills, strength-based training with our community partners and all those who work within our school community. Number six, let us build off of our work. Thanks to the advocacy of students, families, community groups, Chancellor Farabee, and DCPS Central Services, we had the opportunity to create an application for next year for a safe and positive school. This was developed collectively with student voice, our families, and our local school advisory team. We are now in the middle of re-envisioning this work. And finally, we need to recognize that safety and security are significant factors in contributing to students believing in our school community. A school filled with educational choices, our families have so many choices, and one event can be too much and cause irreparable damage to the relationships that we built with our school community. Thank you for taking the time to be able to listen to my feedback on this very important topic.
Thank you, Mr. Ralston. Ms. Riggins, who's principal at Henley Elementary.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. Thank you for welcoming me to share my comments on behalf of my Ward 8 school community. My name is Sunday Riggins, and I'm the principal of Henley Elementary School located in the Washington Highlands neighborhood of Southeast DC. Henley Elementary School serves the highest at-risk population of elementary age students in the District of Columbia. Our at-risk population is 93%, and our student body is 100% African American. Our school is located between 4th, 6th, and Chesapeake Streets, and is within a short walk away from the Triumph, a Ward 8 short-term family housing facility. Over the past 6 years, I have worked tirelessly to ensure that I keep my students, families, and staff safe amidst neighborhood strife and gun violence. During the 2018-19 school year, my school was on lockdown 10 times due to gunfire within close proximity, about 500 feet or less away from my school. There was 1 month in which we had lockdowns every Thursday for 3 consecutive weeks, with gunfire occurring between 1 to 3 p.m. This presence of continual neighborhood gunfire is a threat to the safety of students, families, and staff at Henley Elementary School. It causes fear, additional trauma, and worry for parents, especially during dismissal time. Several parents have expressed concerns regarding students walking home from school in their own neighborhood. Given the neighborhood context, we cannot effectively ensure safe passage of students without the support of school security officers and MPD. As a school, we make our best efforts to protect students, but we know that schools are situated in communities. In our case, the external context of what might be happening between neighborhood crews and nuisance properties near school and other unsafe situations can adversely impact an innocent student, staff member, or community bystander at any given time. As a result of some of these externalities, we have actively collaborated with both school security officers and MPD to be vigilant and proactive in 1, clear communication between school administration and safety stakeholders about what's happening outside to proactively modify morning arrival, dismissal, or recess schedules if needed. And 2, working together if there's gunfire in the neighborhood to ensure that communication regarding next steps is clear to avoid unnecessarily putting the school on lockdown. This cross-sector collaboration works. During the pre-pandemic portion of the 2019-20 school year, we had 0 lockdowns thanks to the collaborative and proactive communication and vigilance of both school security officers and MPD. I agree that more efforts can be made to ensure that school safety personnel are well-trained in de-escalation strategies, trauma-informed practices, and other more progressive methods to avoid perpetuation of their presence as an extension of the school or prison paradigm. I strongly believe that strengthening their practices is the way that we ensure that their sole purpose in schools is preventative and proactive. While there are some communities that may feel they do not need these resources, there are communities like mine that utilize these resources effectively to keep students, families, and staff safe. My community is a community of stakeholders that often feels disregarded and unheard. I speak in solidarity with the 330 students, 75 staff members, and numerous families and community members that remain safe thanks to the collaborative efforts of our school safety personnel. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my school community, to advocate for the continual presence and collaboration with both school security officers and MPD. Their support has truly made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riggins. Nia White?
Good afternoon, Naya.
Naya, sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the City Council. My name is Naya White, and I've been the principal of the Congress Heights campus of Center City Public Charter Schools for the past 9 years, located in Ward 8. In that time, Congress Heights has made or was made a priority area for safe passage to strategically decrease the amount of violence and tragedy experienced in that corridor of Southeast DC on a daily basis. Now, before the past 3 years, and in addition to them, the only consistent support to safe passage efforts in this area we have only been able to experience is through school resource officers. I've personally watched on numerous occasions school resource officers calling students out by name that were about to commit a crime, engage in a fight, that were disrespectful to a bystander, or et cetera, to redirect that student and ultimately prevent something egregious from happening. The only way that school resource officers can call a student out by name and provide that level of intervention is by knowing the students in their communities, which only happens by way of them being dedicated officers that specifically serve schools. A regular patrol officer does not, nor will ever have the time to spend dedicated hours with students in a school building. We have spoken for years about improving community policing and ensuring that students have positive relationships with school resource officers, relationships that would be leaned upon in the face of potential and actual danger. If you strip school resource officers from schools, these relationships will be broken and disappear. This will prevent officers from being able to diffuse verbal or physical altercations based on their relationships with students and families. Our resource officers are checking in with students, participating in class discussions, helping students perform monologues, giving advice, bringing hats and gloves for students in need, watching over students at their bus stops, and checking in with parents and families at dismissal, just to name a few of their acts. It is with consistent actions of our school resource officers that they have helped to build this bond with our school's community to be so positive. It cannot be stressed enough that taking away school resource officers from schools will cripple the foundation of the safe passage work that we have worked to build so far. School resource officers use their relationships with students and their school communities to again diffuse the verbal and physical altercations. Speaking from the perspective of someone who has video documented the events and need of support that made Congress Heights a priority area, it has and is primarily and consistently been the school resource officers who have supported ensuring student safety when all other schools and organizations in that area have opted out. Regular patrol officers could and would never be able to again fill the void left if resource officers were taken away from safe passage support efforts in schools. If school resource officers are removed, student injuries and fatalities will increase, and that responsibility will rest on the hands of those behind the decision to remove resource officers from the schools. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I'm always available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. White. Catherine Prokop, did I pronounce your last name correctly, I hope?
Prokop, that's fine. I accept that. Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity to speak and give a shout out to my fellow principals. It's so wonderful to see them all here as well. This is an important conversation, and as the head of school of a charter school in Ward 1, we serve children from all wards in the city, and 50% of our children are coming to us from Wards 7 and 8. The current climate in our nation that exists has fueled concern and distrust about law enforcement agencies. The call for reform is loud and clear. While it's true that police reform is needed, we must consider that the school resource officer is a unique entity, and when implemented in an equitable manner, this office is part of our school community and vital to that issue. The school resource officer is crucial to school safety and supportive of our school community. The role of the SRO is not discipline in the school. It was never designed to be that way. Schools have teachers, deans, administrators, and should have the right support personnel whose role is to maintain school culture that is safe and supportive of all staff and students. There's been many occasions in our school where the SRO has been involved in discipline issues, and this inevitably creates terrible situations and fosters mistrust between the police, the students, and the families. Look at the role, the title of it says school resource officer. By definition, a resource is something that provides help to an organization and helps it function effectively. Resource is an asset. The SRO is a school's asset, a link between the school and the community. Our SRO works with our school staff to provide safe passage for our students traveling to and from the metro, and that's most of our children. At a time when young people mistrust the police, the SRO creates a much needed bridge of communication. SROs develop relationships with students and are also often able to get ahead of situations before they escalate. Our SROs are mentors to our children. They represent someone in authority that can speak about issues in schools and in the community. The SRO provides vital information to our school community about concerns, and they enable us to create safe spaces for our children and for our community. Their relationships with families are unparalleled. When we talk about schools, we're talking about children, no matter what their age are, and children need guidance, emotional and social supports. So when these supports are provided, they actually respond. We don't have security officers in our school. We don't have metal detectors, but we do have an SRO, and they're really a crucial part of what we do. Are all created equal? Absolutely not. But we need to have the right reforms and the right training to make sure that those SROs are the best people possible in our schools, keeping our schools safe. So let's make sure we provide that for them and make sure we provide a safe place for all of our children. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Prokop. Michelle Santos.
Hi, yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and Committee of the Whole, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michelle Santos, and I serve as the Chief Creative Officer of the Richard Wright Public Charter Schools for Journalism and Media Arts located in Ward 6. I'm here to testify on behalf of our founder and CEO, Dr. Marco Clark. Our school and our community having been with the organization since its inception for the past 10 years. We do not have security at Richard Wright. School staff and the administrators are the first line of defense if something, if there's a situation in the classroom or on campus. Our entire staff receives professional development training in mental health best practices, and we have made a conscious decision not to have metal detectors or security. And our goal was to create a positive school culture built on trust, relationships, and connections, not only with our staff and our students and our families, but in the greater community with our partners, and that includes our SROs. We have some amazing SROs, Officer T. Moore and Officer D. Wilson, who have worked with us for about the past 5 years and have built a great rapport with our entire community, staff and students alike. They offer support in peer mediation, de-escalation, as well as parent conferences. They go above and beyond. They have participated in group sessions and workshops with students, getting to know them. They support students in their endeavors on their own time, cheering them on at AAU events. We have a direct line to them. So they are the ones, so if there is an incident involving one of our students off campus, they are the ones who can make an immediate difference as to the outcomes that will have resonating effects to the future of the student. They're able to let us know immediately, and we're able to all work together as a team with the family, with the child, with support services to help create an environment and strategies that lead to better and best outcomes for that child. And that to me is why what we are doing at Richard Wright is actually a model of what community policing truly looks like. We have SROs truly involved and invested in the lives of our students. They have built relationships with our students, our families, our staff, and our community. They are an integral part. We are in partnership with them. So we're hand in hand with our intent and our goal to offer the best and safest learning environment for our students to thrive. And that is supported by our SROs. So it's also incumbent on school leaders to make sure that they know their SRLs and build those relationships as well. I give kudos to our founder and CEO, Dr. Clark, as a leader who is first and foremost about our students and understands the gravity and the importance of building relationships across the board to create and transform the lives of children. So he makes sure that the bond we forge is authentic and with a positive purpose. And so we have to understand that the police are a part of that fabric of our community. And by these positive relationships in our school and our community, it diminishes the fear and distrust surrounding police and continues to build a healthy partnership in communities. To have them as role models in our school rather than an antagonist changes the perception and the understanding and the relationship in the community. Our SROs and the MPD has been a great partner on our Man the Block Safe Passage program. We greatly appreciate the strong support and advocacy of Commander Colligan of the MPD. And just as reform and reimagination takes all of us thinking about the safety of our kids and the community, strong partners are always needed. And so I'd also like to thank Frank Malone and 100 Fathers Incorporated, Daryl Muhammad, and the members of the Nation of Islam, as well as community organizers like Chris Thomas and the Lead by Example Foundation founders, William Craig and Antonio Beard, and the Omega Sci-Fi fraternity, and a host of other individuals and organizations who have really strongly supported Man the Block. We all share the same vision for schools and understand the layers of complexity around the issue of SROs, but we have not been consulted by the advocates and activists on the removal of SROs, and we are on the front lines. The issue is nuanced. It is not necessary for every grade level. Secondary level SROs are needed because there are different concerns at every level. And these dedicated school resource officers have been especially trained to address those concerns, and we stand in full support of our SROs as a healthy reimagined school security as part of that healthy reimagined school security practices. So thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Ms. Santos. Thank you, each of you. I'm going to admonish half of you because I don't have written statements from you. So it would be very helpful if we did receive your written statements. It gives me something to refer to, and we also include it in the record. So I'm trying to think of the best way to proceed with some questions here. I think it's helpful to us to have, I believe it's 5 principals. I might be counting wrong, which is always a bad thing to do in front of an educator. First, I want to be clear. We're talking about 2 kinds of security, if you will. A SRO, a school resource officer who is a member of the Metropolitan Police Department. And I assume that each of the principals who spoke about an SRO was referring to a member of the police department who is a school resource officer. And then we're talking about security, such as Mr. Davis from SEIU Local 32BJ spoke about the private security contract. And I thought it was interesting that at least 2 of you principals said that you don't have security in your school. Those were, I believe, charter schools, but the 2 DCPS schools do have security. So I kind of want to explore those, but I think I'm going to start with this. I'm looking at the report of the Police Reform Commission, and it's very critical of interactions between the police and students. I'm not going to be very good at excerpting from this, but there's a couple of paragraphs. One researcher found that for young Black men, external messages of their diminished value resulting from over-policing shape and reinforce their own negative self-images. In another study, youth who reported being stopped by police were much more likely to have difficulty falling asleep and to have poor quality sleep in general. Even when youth are bystanders or witnesses to subtly abusive police behaviors, they still experience trauma that lowers both the quality and length of their sleep. In a separate study comparing youth who were stopped by police at school with those stopped on the street, being stopped at school was associated with more emotional distress during and after the stop, and with more social stigma and post-traumatic stress disorder after the stop. These research findings align with views expressed by youth in DC. The commission, the Police Reform Commission, heard from a panel of young people of color who described traumatizing interactions with police in their schools and neighborhoods and expressed a desire for police-free schools. They told the commission that instead of fostering safety in school, officers often escalate altercations, create a hostile atmosphere, and cause anxiety among young people by the mere presence of uniformed officers with guns. These young people say they feel criminalized and unwelcome by the presence of police as well as the metal detectors and other law enforcement equipment. One student asked, quote, if their purpose is to serve and protect, and the youth are saying that we don't feel protected, then what are they there for, unquote. Another student said, the police are armed, but why is it necessary in a school environment? Why do they need to shoot? Or who do they need to shoot? And it goes on. So if I could ask the principals to respond to this, and I will turn to Ms. Davis in a minute, but if you could respond to this. Who wants to go first? Mr. Ralston?
Sure. So good afternoon again. And I think all of that is highly complex, as we all recognize. I think we held over 5 engagement sessions over the last couple of months to really make sure that our student voice was being elevated. And I think what I heard from students, I also want to specifically name, I'm a white principal. And so that automatically creates, I know, a unique power structure in the way in which students may or may not feel comfortable sharing particular information. So I also had other staff members lead some of the conversations. Is that we recognize that, as I shared in the testimony, we have some students that have strong relationships with both security guards and our MPD officers. They've done a great job of building relationships within our community. I think the other piece that I very strongly heard from our students is the representation matters and the lack of bilingual, both MPD officers and security guards, that our students that identify, or our students that are Latinx have a very different experience in the way in which they interact with the police and the way in which they see police. I even held an emergency meeting back in November of 2016 when I was a principal of a pre-K to 8 in DCPS, because our families were concerned why the MPD car would even be parked out front. And so we had to do a lot of relationship building with our community and with our SROs, particularly because of the political climate at the time. And so I think that the struggle and the concerns from various groups of students is different across the building. But I do want to emphasize that I've heard both arguments from our students. They have very positive relationships, and then also, especially from our Latinx community, that they feel a very strong disconnect and don't feel protected or supported or represented in security or MPD.
So if they're so controversial, and I'm going to recognize other principals in a moment, why have them? Because I think your testimony, Mr. Ralston, was that they're of value.
So my argument is that there is significant safety issues that I deal with as a high school, and in a 2-block radius, when we have over 3,000 young people on a day where in-person instruction is happening, is there are major security issues that come up every day. And I don't have the school-based personnel to be able to support all of that. I think that we need to relook at some of the systems and the structures and how we ensure that there's representation that really happens. So again, from my concern is, I do want to be very clear, and Roosevelt has also had a very unfortunate reputation in the community where it was very strong in the 1980s and the 1970s. And I'm still trying to counter that negative impression around safety issues at Roosevelt that has manifested throughout many neighborhoods within the district, to be able to like help retell the narrative. But again, as I shared, one bad experience can end up and really amplify that distrust and that feeling of not being safe, if that makes sense.
It does, and I don't want to keep picking on you, but you said, well, but you don't have other resources. The Police Reform Commission says, well, we should have other resources, more social workers, counselors, other personnel who can deal with conflict. So if we were to unload all that on you, could we get rid of the school resource officer? Would you be fine with that?
So I'm also a trained social worker in addition to being a teacher. So I'm all about the additional support of the mental health services. We have 6 MSW social workers in our building on top of 5 social counselors. And next year, we're going to have 2 psychologists. That has been a huge support to our school community. But I think we have gotten to a point, especially with the structures that DCPS created, where we were actually able to apply and be successful with our re-envisioning school security, is that I want to make sure that this is able to work. I have deep concerns around safety when students walk back into that building, and over 50% of our students in August will have not been in Roosevelt High School ever. And the majority of the students had not had a school experience in a year and a half. So I have deep concerns around making sure that every student feels safe. And so all of the support that we can get to be able to make sure that that happens, I'm all for. So I'm concerned around major changes outside of the ones that we've already been able to do within our confines of our school community, with elevating our student, staff, family, stakeholder voices. I think that we're on the right track, and I think we need to look at some other systemic changes. But I would be very concerned around removing all of that and the damage that that could have, both on Roosevelt, but then also the 3,000 students within that 2-block radius.
So, Ms. Riggins, you're at Henley Elementary School, very different than a high school. And you testified that you have the highest at-risk population of any school, or at least any elementary school in the city. You're supportive of school resource officers.
Yes, I'm supportive because I think that every school is in a different environment and context. And so our school security officers are mainly about 1, safety, and 2, keeping up with external things that could be going on in the community. We are directly across the street from a known nuisance property where there's a lot of activity and things coming out of that building. And so we also have some neighborhood strife that goes on. And at any given time, there could be a neighborhood crew beefing with another crew. And so my school is situated in the middle of that. And so my work with MPD, as well as our school officers, is to make sure that we are doing our due diligence and being proactive in keeping a pulse and an active pulse on what's happening outside so that we know how to respond. For example, there have been times when we've heard gunfire and we don't know where it's coming from. That triggers a response on our side to err on the side of caution to then put the school on lockdown. Then we need to contact someone at MPD to find out, is this a situation where we need to stay on lockdown for 2 hours, an hour, what should be happening? And so when we've had MPD and security officers nearby, in the case that there is a need for a lockdown or even to just be vigilant because we've heard gunfire, security officers go and check the perimeter of the building. They keep a pulse on what they see going on out in the community. Like I saw, like a scuffle up the street, just want you to be aware. So all of those proactive methods and measures allow us to communicate with school security and MPD just to keep up with what is going on outside. So this is not a paradigm of, oh, a student is misbehaving, they're going to security. Security is there to make sure that we keep up with the external things that are happening. We have a student success team. We have 2 full-time social workers. We have a school psychologist. So we have SEL supports. I think we're talking about 2 different things. My main concern is that students are able to travel safely to and from school, also participate in extracurricular activities such as Girls on the Run, flag football, and all of those kinds of things without something in the neighborhood brewing and then one of my students getting injured or a staff member or a family member as a result of something erupting in the neighborhood that we have nothing to do with.
But what about, Ms. Riggins, what I read to you from the Police Reform Commission, that police, these are my words, almost viscerally have an emotional impact, a negative emotional impact on students. And the report says a panel of young people of color who described traumatizing interactions with police in their schools and neighborhoods and expressed a desire for police-free schools.
I really think it's a case-by-case conversation, because what I find in any time that a survey is being done, the voices of folks in Ward 7 and Ward 8 are disproportionately left out. Sometimes they don't feel heard, so therefore they don't fill out surveys and engage in that way. I have received feedback from families in my community to say, thank you for advocating for police presence, because when there is no presence here, it is violent. We hear gunfire at night. Every weekend, every other weekend, when I come back to school on Monday, I'm hearing about some heinous act that has occurred within the community. I'm going by balloon shrines at the top of 4th Street. So I think that every community is different. And while we have nuisance properties and neighborhood crews feuding, in the middle of that can be an innocent bystander. And I think that while, surveys and research is being done, we also have to honor the lived experiences of people who are in the midst of that, because I've had to evacuate my playground on many occasions with kids playing because we've heard gunfire. And so I think that with the responses of young people, we also need to triangulate the data we have with lived experiences of people, and not just, this stakeholder group or that stakeholder group, making sure that we have equity and voice across the different schools, and also understanding the communities and the things that are happening that directly impact the school, although those are external things that can sometimes spill into the school when those things are left unaddressed.
I want to hear from the other principals, but we've been joined by 2 other council members and I'm supposed to share time. I told Samantha Davis I would let her respond. I'll probably have some more questions, but then I'll go to colleagues and then have some more questions. Ms. Davis?
Sure, thank you for that. It is difficult for me to respond in a very concise way. I appreciate everyone in hearing from principals. I will say, in my hat as commissioner, we did open up several opportunities to hear from all stakeholders, including a town hall on youth policing and security, where we intentionally reached out to principals, administrators, and had some on that call. Young people, parents, and officers had the opportunity over 100+ meetings to engage in this process, and did engage in this process. With all of that information, what we tried to do was honor to what you see in the report, is this reality that there is certainly harm that our communities are experiencing. There is certainly violence that our communities are experiencing, and we need to have the appropriate safety mechanisms in place in order to address that. The reality of the increase in violence points to what we are doing now simply does not work. The very instance that we can call on the increase of violence happening in and around our schools, when we are solely relying on SROs and security, tells us that what we are doing now doesn't work. And so as a commission, as members of the community, it is up to us to question that, to agitate ourselves around that, and say, how can we actually broaden and reimagine, not policing, not reimagine security, but reimagine safety in a way to ensure that we are addressing every single issue that pops up. Part of that includes this very reality that young people, Black people, brown people, all will say that there is harm and violence in police presence. These are young people from Ward 7 and Ward 8 with my Black Swan Academy hat on. We mostly work with young people in Ward 7 and Ward 8. The examples that we give of 7-year-olds being handcuffed in schools, of 11-year-olds being handcuffed and detained in schools, are true examples that point to the most marginalized among our students being harmed and victims of the current policing infrastructure there. And so it's up to us not to dismiss those young people, not to say those are individual experiences, but to center them in this and say, if one young person is saying that they are triggered, if one young person is saying they're experiencing violence or harm by the police presence, then we need to address that head on. Training has not worked. Representation in a way has not worked fully. And so what we have seen nationally, what we have seen throughout history is the way that we address true safety is to do both a divestment, because we're trying to approach this through a trauma-informed lens. And when we have research that say police presence is traumatizing, particularly to Black young people because of the viral videos, because of their lived experiences, that then we need to divest from trauma, i.e. divest from policing, and we need to invest in the infrastructure that truly keeps us safe, in the mental health support, and the appropriate responses to trauma, and the de-escalation and conflict resolution. And so I just want to make sure that I am validating all of the Black folk and the people of color on this call that are raising really true scenarios and concerns that are rooted in fear, that are rooted in this deep passion to keep our young people safe, and also highlight the need for us to create room to dream of possibilities beyond policing, beyond security, and to create pathways to those positions, and to create sustained investments so that our young people have what they need, and those needs are truly being addressed, because what we have is not working. We hear that over and over again, and I can at a later time go back, if given the opportunity, to pull some new findings that we have with different wards and different demographics and how that shows up.
I'm going to turn to colleagues and then I'll have some more questions. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm really have been enjoying the dialogue with this panel. Thank you all for all of your comments. You know, what strikes me is that this is a group of folks who all are trying to create a safe space for the students they serve. And there just maybe some different perspectives on what constitutes a safe space, right? And I think that's also, you know, as a white person, you know, I've learned in this role a lot from my my constituents of color about what makes them feel safe. And that's how we find ourselves having a conversation about police presence in schools, right? Is obviously not everybody feels safer with police around. I think that's what Ms. Davis was getting at with the survey of the students she works with. One of the things that I've been really focused on in Ward 1 and in Ward 1 serving schools, as I call them, which includes Roosevelt and Principal Ralston, thank you for all that you're doing for the Ward 1 students that are there, is sort of this thing that Principal Riggins touched on, which is the inside and the outside, right? And the different factors that we have to keep in mind. So, you know, conflicts that we see out on the streets among young people often start in the hallways, right? And so having some continuity between what goes on in the building and what goes on outside in terms of violence prevention is really important. And thinking through violence prevention resources in the schools, in my mind, is really critical here. So I know that we did have a stronger presence of violence interrupters in the schools. There were some policies that changed at DCPS that made it harder for them to be present because of the background check requirements and some of our BIs having lived experience that honestly gives them the credibility with the students, but that also makes it harder for them to get their background check clearance. So I want to have some more conversations about that in particular, and really just what we're doing in community around violence prevention should very much be mirrored in the schools. And I know that as principals, you need that type of support. You need folks who can de-escalate in the immediate sense, not just social workers, but people who are trained in conflict de-escalation that don't carry a gun. And so I'm hoping that this conversation gets us closer to that. I know Councilmember Henderson's here too, and probably wants to have, probably wants to talk a bit about safe passage. And she and I have had some conversations about this and how it ties into what goes on inside the schools. So I'm wondering if any of you have had the opportunity to have a violence interrupter program or person on site and how that's worked and whether that's something that you're interested in.
Good afternoon again. I have not had the opportunity to have a violence interrupter inside of the school, but I have been, so as I stated before, the corridor for the Congress Heights area for safe passage, which is also a priority area because so much happens, largely because of the number of students in schools that all are dismissed at the same time, along with community members. The area just gets super saturated very quickly and can turn very, very ill very fast. There have been, and again, not trying to be belittle or degrade anybody's anything, but we have, and me videotaping what happens and transpires outside or for dismissal periods every single day, and communicating that out, even with violence interrupters, like the video footage that I have and things that I've experienced for years every day consecutively, it's just really not appealing. The way that things were de-escalated, like if, for specific example, if students are about to fight in front of two violence interrupters and they're told that they're just not going to be able to fight in front of them, and they watch a group of young people go into an alleyway around the corner to continue the fight, but then it's the MPD officers, school resource officers that step in to de-escalate, like that doesn't leave a good taste in your mouth. And that's also not something that I would want to welcome into my school building if that's what I see transpiring in public, in front of numerous school students and, again, community residents and everything else. The only consistent efforts regarding safe passage that we have seen or experienced has been with the school resource officers. And I'm not saying that solely because of safe passage, that's the only reason why school resource officers exist. Want to touch on a couple of points that some folks are making. Like if one person is saying that there's an issue, like, I mean, we're in education. There's always a story flying about educators that have gone wrong, but we don't rally together to get rid of them. School resource officers are pretty passionate about the students and the communities that they serve. If they have been used as disciplinarians, the first thing that needs to be done, in my opinion, is addressing the school leader or the school community that actually called them, because they get called to do and handle specific issues when school leaders don't want to touch that realm, when the character education hasn't been defined within the school and folks find it too hard and too challenging to continue that work. And it's easier just to call a school resource officer 911 and say, come handle the issue that I don't want to handle. If we're not going to address that, then we're actually not going to move any further from this particular point. I would love to have additional school support staff of counselors and social workers and everything else. The one thing I would say is if someone is going to offer that and the financial support around it, because I haven't heard that part yet, give me that versus just saying that one thing one group that we do partner with just needs to be completely stripped out. Our parents and our community, so that's the other part that I'm also having a little bit of a tough grind with. In a survey or in a group, if every single person completely and unilaterally said that we have this huge issue with school resource officers and not one person found a positive, I question that, because again, like Principal Riggins, in the communities that I serve, there is an automatic issue with police, sure, but it's because the work of the community building hasn't been done. A school resource officer comes into my building multiple times in the course of a day, and none of the kids bat an eye. They don't look negatively, but that's also because we've done the work of making sure that they understand that resource officers and or just visitors in general aren't there to look down upon them or to cause a problem or instigate or anything else, but also showing them the work and being with them to make sure that they understand, like, this is another person that I can go to if I'm having a problem. If I don't feel comfortable saying it or expressing it to anybody in my building or to somebody at home, I also have another lane or another resource with the school resource officers to express that. The presentations that they brought into the school buildings and everything else have been like, we have to rely on that just because they, again, are the resource to how the students should be safe, how they should travel safe, how they should be crossing streets, keeping themselves safe with Halloween, trick-or-treating, all the rest of this stuff. These are the things that they bring into the schools. And if we're not actually talking at the same time about the finances and the abilities of other resources to come in place of that, then I don't understand exactly necessarily what like the approach will say for the decision making. The resource.
Well,
officers
let me
will
just
message.
jump in and say, like, we'd have to fund it. Like,
Absolutely.
in my mind, I understand that as principals, that has not necessarily been your experience. And I know everyone's struggling with the budget this year as well. But I mean, I wouldn't ask you to do a program without funding it.
I appreciate that. I would also recommend that folks spend a day in some schools, like see what it's like before making these judgments and decisions. Be in there when school resource officers are coming in. Come walk. I've always come participate in Safe Passage in Ward 8 at dismissal time with us so you can see what it's actually like and the experience so that you actually have a lot of information in hand to make a well-rounded decision. Doing it without having experienced what it's like for a school resource officer to walk into a school building or to participate in Safe Passage is really making a decision without all of the information needed.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson, do you have any questions?
I do. Good afternoon, everyone, and my apologies for being a little bit late. There's a health hearing going on and also a transportation planning board hearing that I am part of as well. But I feel like this conversation that we're having is incredibly timely today. As I was thinking about the preparation for this hearing last night, I couldn't help but to think about the young woman in Columbus, Ohio, who was shot by a police officer. And frankly, what I was thinking to myself was, if this were a school, you would have educators who would have figured out how to de-escalate a fight without using a gun, as you do that, I would say, probably not every day, but it happens from time to time in buildings. And it just sort of puts a cloud in terms of what happens when you have a security or school resource officer who has a weapon in an environment who is not used to dealing with young people in terms of de-escalating situations that do arise and do come up. I read with great interest the Police Reform Commission report. And, Samantha, thank you for being here today. We've had some conversations around what it means to reimagine safety. And I've had an opportunity to talk to obviously some of the Black Swan students that you work with, but some of the other young people as well, in terms of how they're viewing their interactions with law enforcement, particularly in the school setting and even outside of school. And one of the things that I have been focusing in on is actually something you were talking about, Ms. White, just recently, is around how educators or school leaders utilize police or school safety officers for disciplinary issues that they don't want to deal with. And I actually had this exchange. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman? Oh, okay. Okay. And I actually had this exchange with Chief Conti, I want to say maybe last month, around data for arrests that happens in schools. And I feel like, to your point, Ms. White, and I think even Ms. Riggins, you sort of mentioned this. I know we have the anecdotal pieces, which I think is very valuable and important, but I also feel like the data is also important too, for us to understand how often this is happening in school buildings. But also I have found that when we put sunshine on things, sometimes behaviors change or folks figure out different ways. And one of the things, Ms. Davis, I would love to know in terms of the commission's work, were you guys able to get data around the number of arrests that happens in schools and for what type of purpose? Because one of the things Chief Conti was like, well, we're there arresting for a robbery. And I was like, okay, but you're in school. So what are we robbing? I took your phone. you took my book, my backpack. Like, what is it? Because a robbery to me in a school building wouldn't necessarily justify the presence of a police officer. It probably would trigger some other type of disciplinary practice within the school. I'll let you respond.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. So yes, what we know so school year 19 was really the last full school year that we've had. In that school year, we know there were about 400 arrests, school-based arrests. The top 2 reasons for those arrests was one, fights, or some form of simple assault. Most of those were fights, or custody orders. Which is why, to the recommendation of prohibiting warrants from being served, it were police using the information that they gathered from schools to come to those schools to arrest young people for non-school related offenses in a matter of ways. And so those are the 2 reasons why young people are being arrested in schools. 100% of those arrests are young people of color. 92% are Black young people. About 1/3 of them are young people of color with disabilities. And so again, when we talk about why removing police from schools is because we know that when they are there, it is the young people who are most marginalized who experience the greatest harm. The other thing I would share that I think is important, in my testimony earlier, I didn't even point to any examples of actual arrests. What goes untracked, or at least we weren't able to receive data on, is how many young people are detained or handcuffed or are met with police presence for issues of police presence or security presence, to broaden it out a bit, for issues of classroom management, for issues of trauma responses, of mental health responses, and are being handcuffed, are being detained, are being taken off somewhere to calm down with a person of greater authority. And to, I think maybe it was Mrs. White's point earlier, some of this is on MPD, but when we talk about dismantling the policing infrastructure and shifting from a culture of policing, there's also onus on the school administrators, on the educators for why are we calling the police or why are we engaging security in the first place? And so a part of these recommendations also, in addition to funding the alternatives, also calls on OSSI, DCPS, DC Public Charter Schools to put protocols in place to discourage or prohibit the unnecessary calling and first responders of police, and to encourage the coordination of those alternative responses.
Okay. So one of the things that I've been thinking about is our need to, number one, improve the reporting of the data so that it doesn't take a commission to get this type of information, but that we should be getting it, at the end of every school year, an evaluation of what happened, X, Y, or Z, and then, the ability to ask more questions. Would you agree that that would be something that would be valuable, I guess, in the public space as we have this conversation?
Sorry, technology. Yes, that data is, I will say, does come out from the school report. It is the raw data. They don't really break it out in terms of racial demographics and gender and class and things of that nature.
Right. And we have, in a separate conversation with the Council Office on Racial Equity, they talk about how when we don't disaggregate the data, you don't ever get a full picture in terms of the impact of the work as it pertains to race and equity issues. So thank you for that. I don't know how much time we have here, so I'm gonna assume it's 10 minutes. So I'm gonna keep going until Mr. Chairman tells me to stop. Mr. Davis and Mr. Lee, I wanted to ask a question in terms of you all's experience, because you're different than SRO, I think, security. In terms of when educators or when someone in a school building is asking you to engage in an issue that is not necessarily health or safety, but it is discipline, how are officers or how are your personnel trained to handle those particular situations?
I'll let Mr. Lee go, but I'll distinguish the officers, the contracted security, are unarmed special police officer, which makes up a minority of the officers, and the majority are licensed security officers, again, unarmed. And Mr. Lee is a licensed security officer. Officer Hatton is a licensed unarmed special police officer. So Lee, feel free to respond.
Mr. Lee
Or Ms. Hatton, I guess.
or Ms. Haddon?
Yeah, this is Mr. Lee. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
So as it goes to being a security officer, we're trying to handle. We get that training every.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, you're going in and out.
We kindly in the classroom, and most of the time they be respectful and they listen. You know, because once again we develop relation. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
As we develop relationships, young men and women listen to us. We don't have to put our hands on anyone. That we don't do that anyway, and we just kindly remove them to a room where they'll feel safe and talk things out.
Okay. For this, well, and my time has expired. The chairman just came back. Okay. I want to thank everybody for their testimony. And I really appreciate your perspective and you all being here today.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'm going to ask a few more questions and I'll give you another chance, Council member. So the Police Reform Commission, I'm going to ask this first of Ms. Davis. The Police Reform Commission recommends that DCPS should eliminate the outsourcing of school security to better ensure that people responsible for keeping students safe are integrated into the school system holistically and comprehensively. So as I understand it, the recommendation is to get rid of the school resource officers, those are the MPD officers entirely, and to get rid of the school security contract and to somehow, but it's not clear to me, bring into the schools some or all of the role of the contracted security officers. Do I understand that correctly? And then I'm going to have a follow-up.
Yes. That's correct.
So what's going through my head is this, that we do know that there are kids who bring guns into schools. And that's a reason for the metal detectors, which I personally find a little bit offensive. And we don't know to what extent security and metal detectors have a deterrent effect. We also know that from time to time in some schools, not very often, in the scheme of things with thousands of kids in school every day, but that there sometimes are assaults, like serious assaults. I'm not just talking about a kid hitting another kid, but I'm thinking, for example, years ago, I read about I got the juvenile records on a kid who had been arrested for homicide. And when he was like 8 or 10 years old, he assaulted a teacher with a brick on the head. So there are assaults from time to time. And then there's concern about intruders, which could be a mass shooter, but I'm not really thinking of that. I'm actually thinking last year, I think there was an incident where an adult came into the school, escorted a kid out of school. I guess at the end of the day, it turned out that the adult was not related to the kid or had any authority to escort the kid out. So from time to time, they're intruders. So, Ms. Davis, how do we address those security concerns, guns, assaults, intruders?
Yeah, so we'll start with weapons first. So yes, weapons are taken into the schools. There is no research that is founded to say metal detectors prohibit weapons from being in schools. In fact, there are some, and I've talked to a behavior technician at a high school in DC who would say, in some ways, metal detectors make it more difficult to be able to abate weapons when they come to schools because young people are more likely to hide them, whether it's on their body or outside of the schools. And so metal detectors are not effective when it comes to weapon abatement. Young people one of the schools we talked to, and because I don't have consent, I'm like not naming schools and people, but one of the schools we talked to, a large high school in DC, said that over the course of a year, there were 3 guns that were brought into the school. One of those guns were found by the metal detector. The other 2 were found actually by an individual who had a relationship with that young person, and they were able to get the weapon from them. All the other, like the hundreds of weapons that we hear people report on that are being brought into the schools, because of the way DCPS defines weapons, we're often talking about small pocket knives, which would be considered legal outside of the school building, or pepper spray. And so we tend to put the conversation around weapons all in one, and people often expect the worst in human nature. And so we conflate it to say hundreds of weapons are being brought into, hundreds of guns are being brought into schools every day. And so that's just not true. Other thing I want to make clear is metal detectors or security personnel for that matter, don't necessarily, in terms of research, there's not a correspondence in reducing the amount of weapons that are brought into the schools. But by having additional support staff that have strong relationships with young people, I often share, I work with young people every single day. I have retrieved weapons off of young people, and it's not because I have a gun. It's not because I have some role of authority. It's because I have a relationship with young people, and young people are able to tell me, hey, Miss Sam, the reason I have a knife on me today is because I'm afraid I'm going to get jumped after school. What do you want me to do with it? Can you hold it? What needs to happen? And so we see that being a better response to weapon abatement. In terms of incidents outside of schools, it's not like we live in a city that is the most policed city, one of the most policed cities in the country. So the removing police from schools is not going to prevent MPD from showing up in the event that they need to show up in a timely manner. What we also know, though, is that the heightened security presence and police presence in schools has nothing to do with intruders or mass shootings. And I know Chairman Mendelson, you didn't name mass shootings specifically. Where we know that those instances of intruders or of harm coming into the school building, whether it's a mass shooting or have you, historically, they do not happen in predominantly Black schools. Historically, they do not happen in low-income neighborhoods. However, where you see the highest placement of security, when you see the highest placement of police, they are in schools that are predominantly Black and brown. And so there's a disconnect there. If we were truly placing police in our schools to deter outsiders from coming in, to deter shooters from coming in, then you would see an equitable distribution of security and police throughout all of our schools, regardless on age, regardless on racial demographics. And that is simply not the case. And there was a third point, weapons, intruders.
Assaults.
So again, our goal is to invest in true safety, to ensure that we have the people and the resources in place where safety is preventative, where safety is trauma-informed, where it is equitable. And so our hope is by the council and DCPS committing to investing in violence interrupters, to investing in mediators, to investing in mutual aid coordination, and community-led safe passage, that all of these entities, when invested in a radical way, that the assaults are going to drop in the beginning, because everyone, it's particularly educators, will attest, there is something that happens before the fight. There is some type of conflict that happens before the fight. And so by having the appropriate people and more people in place to get there before the assaults happen, it reduces the chances of that happening. Larger assaults often are rooted in trauma responses. So again, who is it that we need in our schools to have relationships with young people, to provide the mentorship, to provide the counseling, to provide the mutual aid support, to get to the root cause of it? And police simply are not the people who are intended to do that. They are intended to react to crime. They are intended to detain or to mitigate the situation after it happens, not to prevent it from happening in the first place.
I'm guessing that at least did not all of the principals would agree with what you just said. Do any of you want to say anything?
I just want to add that if you Google Henley Elementary School, although we've done some great work in robotics and STEM, and we've been highlighted for that, you will see that our school has been on the news numerous times for shootings. I've arrived at school in the morning and there's been bullet holes in the front of the school. We recently, at the beginning of March, had 10 rounds fired, and we do have in-person learning classes running at this time. And in front of the nuisance property, 20 feet away from my door, there was a wounded woman on the ground. And this was in broad daylight during the school day. So I do think that I know that there's research and I know that there are things that can be done better, but I think just taking away all of the supports, someone in my school community is going to get really seriously hurt. I do think that the reform is going to take time. My school is situated in a community that's a food desert, not a lot of resources in the neighborhood. And those aren't things that, we don't have a panacea to address any of those things and fix things overnight. But as the principal, my primary concern is about students being able to travel to and from school and to be on the playground without evacuating the playground because there is gunfire. That is traumatizing to my students. It's traumatizing to staff. There are a lot of implications about working in a neighborhood where you just have a lot of activity going on with nuisance properties nearby. And, I think that, as I said, it is case by case. And it has helped us not to have those critical incidents by having the visibility of MPD and the support of school security to make sure that our students are safe. And I just want to, again, emphasize it because I am deeply concerned about removing them, as when the incident that happened last month, we had no police presence. We had one security officer at the time, and someone just brazenly started shooting right outside of the school. And I think when you are in those situations, it's great to say, I would never want to say to a parent, well, we decided, we have violence interrupters, we have this, we have that. When there's gunfire, that's a very serious situation that if you haven't lived through that, experienced that, and have the burden of protecting students that can be susceptible to that, I think that's a different piece of this conversation that I just don't want to get lost with the idea of reform and also with some of the other arguments to, take school security out of schools.
And I would also like to add that the nature and the creation of school resource officers came from somewhere. So if school resource officers are eliminated and everyone goes back into general patrol, then that leaves incidents that involve schools up against other high crime or high issue situations. And then we end up having to divide and wait for our time to be responded to. I go back to the height of safe passage because that is very huge, monumentally huge for schools at this time. We have students that have, I understand the reports, but there are students that are finding guns after school somewhere. And when you have other situations that are happening, other issues that are happening and unfolding, the department being understaffed in general, there is a separate set of officers. It's not an infinitely many. There's 13, maybe 20 of them that are guaranteed to be there to respond to the students that are I'm standing with my students, covering them from bullets that are flying. So if no one else is there for that, then that's just me. And by nature of the defense here, I am a teacher. I am actually, I'm a principal, but at heart, I'm a teacher. I'm supposed to teach. Technically, in all technicalities, I'm not supposed to be walking students a mile to a bus stop to make sure that they get home safely and return. We've evolved education and so many other things into being preventative, which is the same thing that the school resource officers actually do, defined separately from the initial nature of their job as police resource officers. If all of those tools of home visits and everything else can be redesigned for educators to have to adjust to given climate and situations, the same thing has actually already happened with school resource officers to be preventative, because otherwise there would be far more incidences of community and gang retaliations outside in the neighborhoods than what we see and experience. And until we can figure out a different avenue or method where I am not dodging bullets from my students, where I am not breaking up fights of students that I don't know who have weapons, be it guns and or knives and things of that nature, then we can't strip them away from it, because then when all of this is happening, they're already in place, especially on the safe passage front. Think about the call time and the response time. If a situation happens and now officers now have to be called and found to come and report to this area. Now we're building more of an issue, because we know that officers are not going to be around to actually serve as a presence and be a deterrent from anything like that unfolding. And we have had far more issues of that have quelled over the years because of school resource officers being present. Taking them away brings the inflammation of that violence back. And as a teacher, I shouldn't have to experience that. As a student, I shouldn't have to experience that. As a community member, I shouldn't have to experience that. But until we solve that particular problem, we can't eliminate this particular opportunity or resource by nature of their term or by nature of their title out of our lives. And again, there are situations and evolutions that happen in schools. There are parents that are angry that come to schools with weapons. All these things happen. And there are a lot of arrests that don't happen because of the mediation and the response and based on the community and the relationships, that have already been built, where we can lean on them to help quell all of those issues before they become larger issues. And that before piece is major. And taking that out means that they stay reactionary, that the community will stay in reactionary mode because they don't know them and because the relationship hasn't been built.
Thank you. I have three questions and three more questions. I'll let it go. The first two are pretty quick. Mr. Ralston, you testified there was a security officer, not a police officer, who left, been there for 8 years, was transferred. You're trying to get him back. Why would this have happened? Why can't you get him back? Why did he leave?
So thank you for that question. That's something that I'm deeply concerned about. Is first of all, every year, I never find out until truly about the week before the school begins who our security guards are. Historically, we've had 9 officers in our building at Roosevelt. That is not acceptable. I have zero say, but more importantly, I can't even engage our students in conversations around what it is that they're looking for. Students are telling me that they want the bilingual officers, and they're looking for me to be able to make that change. And I've continued to try to push this and have been unsuccessful. Well, I was loosely successful with that one partial, that halftime guard that I got for half a year, but that actually pulled the person from another school with a large ELL population. So that's a deep concern that I have. But it all goes, again, and this isn't my expertise, because it all goes back to the way the contracts are written, and seniority is what I'm continually told when I'm asked about this. And so, like I said, we have phenomenal guards, deeply invested in our community and our school, connections with our students. But then if we don't have any say in who those guards are, if they're able to remain with our school community, it just creates continual change. And I was hoping that I'll be able to use all of the changes that have happened with COVID to be able to build a strong case. And it took me 7 months to be able to advocate, to be able to get this person back. And thankfully I was. But the system is not set up to really elevate staff at our school and even bringing families into the conversations. And again, I want to emphasize the ELL voice, as I think often overlooked in this conversation, and it's something that we've tried to really focus on. I started calling school safety meetings myself before the pandemic that started out just at Roosevelt, but really the issues are much bigger because it had to do with coming to and from school. And so within about a 4-month period, we suddenly had multiple schools participating in this. We had various agencies helping support this work. And it's just a massive gap. And right when I think we were getting to get some progress, the pandemic began. but there are deep concerns, and I'm also with our ELL families that'll be joining the DC community and that are moving and immigrating to this country right now, is I'm very concerned around making sure that I'm able to protect their safety. They are vulnerable students when they come in, especially our unaccompanied youth, and we have to be able to have this conversation. And right now, the structure is not set up to make sure that we have the supports in place to be able to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Davis. No, I don't think anybody's asked you any questions.
Yeah.
I have one. So justify why School Without Walls, a high school, would have 4 security officers. Woodson would have 8. I mean, there are only so many front doors. Why does it look like we are being disparate in our treatment of schools with regard to security officers?
So, it's MPD that does the security assessment to determine how many officers are needed per school, right? So in our case, it's the client, not the employer, and not certainly the guard force that dictates that. And that's because guards are doing more than just simple access control, right? So outside of just manning entrance and exits, their patrols and other roles that they're serving. I would want to say that, responding to a couple of the previous comments, part of the struggle to get officers returning to their schools is that there was a huge reduction this year in the guard force. So even when all of the other DCPS staff returned, the guard force was drastically reduced. So because of that reduction, not all guards returned to their typical schools. And then on top of that, typically in a typical year, the guards are allowed to return back to their school. The main determining factor for them not to return back to the school is not a particular preference of the guard, is that there is an evaluation that's done by the school principal, and largely that evaluation has unilateral sway to determine whether a guard can return to a building or not. So, I do think there is absolutely a need to rethink how we integrate in our members want to see a difference in how they're involved in their say and how their roles are reimagined, so we don't have issues where guards are not able to be deployed to the school that they're desperately needed. We don't have the appropriate language learners, or that they're not serving in roles. So there's absolutely a need for reimagining. Our, as a union, our simple argument is that reimagining roles should be inclusive to actually include the people that do the work, because up to now that has not. But I would say that part of the challenge to get guards back to their place has been the drastic reduction that DCPS has had. So in a school where there was typically 9 guards, right now you might have 3 or 4. So not everyone's going to return to their typical school. So, I would say we, as a union, we are open to that. We are open, and our members want more say into returning to schools, and we need to rethink deployment of security officers in the roles that they'll say. And lastly, we do not want to be part of the project of criminalizing Black and brown students, especially because a lot of these students are the children of our members. But I will say that we struggled to get data when we testified in October about the success of weapons abatement. And although if we reimagine, we can help reduce weapons that even attempt to come into the school, the reality is that there is a large flow, and we do not have transparent data on that. And the only data that we could find as a union when we attempted to testify last time was a bunch of FOIA requests that ABC 7 was able to get in 2016 that said security officers confiscated 336 weapons, right? And then obviously I'm not going to provide the constant stories that I have to hear as a union representative defending our members who, may not, according to the policy and procedures, confiscated a knife or a gun, because they don't get called in for pocket knives to be removed from locations. It's for severe weapons. And that happens more times than as a union representative I'm comfortable with. So, again, there is a need and a desire to reimagine how we do, and our members want to be a part of that conversation. And part of the deployment and the lack of having guards at their school has largely been due to the fact that the jobs have been drastically cut this year. So not everyone can return to their school.
Thank you. My last question is a difficult one, but I think an essential one. And it's going to influence how council members address this issue when we have the budget before us. The Police Reform Commission, in its reasoning in its report, among other things, states school policing is not the right approach to keeping students safe. I'll repeat, school policing is not the right approach to keeping students safe. This is especially true in communities of color that have historically had contentious relationships with law enforcement. As a result, students of color often do not feel safe with police patrolling their schools. I don't want to read this whole thing, but it goes on, it's page 71 of the report, about the fears and adverse reactions of students, particularly students of color, with police presence. And so my question is this: I think that the principals here would disagree with that. Am I correct, and why? I mean, really, this comes down to police have an adverse effect on students, keep them out of the schools, or police don't have an adverse effect on students and in fact can contribute to safety. And so I'm kind of looking to the principals to either affirm that I at least understand this correctly, that there's that disagreement, or maybe to explain why that view of the Police Reform Commission is wrong. Who wants to take this up? Ms. Procope, can I call you out since you haven't said anything?
Yep, you can call me out. So I don't think it's an either or answer. You fear the things that you don't know. So if it's something that's in the dark, you don't know where it is, and it makes you afraid. However, when the police are in the school, they are part of the school community, they're part of the administration, they're part of putting safety plans together, they're part, as Principal White talked about, the safe passage to and from, as Dr. Riggins talked about, they're there making sure that students are not getting shot and people know that they're there for that protection, then students are not afraid. There's somebody that they know. These are people who students can come and talk to them about, okay, you know, this is about to happen in the community, and then they tell us, and then we can keep our children safe. Now, if you have someone that's coming into the school and slapping handcuffs on people and, you know, arresting students at events, that kind of relationship is contentious. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a relationship with police officers that's collaborative, one that's helping us make sure that we're keeping our students and our staff safe. If they're gone, and as was discussed, we become in a line of situations where a beat officer is going to come to us as opposed to going over here where there's a shooting, we're going to have an incident. And so our students, most children are not afraid of anything if you think about it. They have had they're okay, whatever. But they have had adverse relationships with officers, no doubt. However, the ones that are in the schools are not those ones. These are people that they know. These are people that they tell, oh, guess what, there's about to be a fight over here, or so-and-so is bringing a weapon, or my family needs some food. And so in that respect, they're not afraid of them. And do they need to be in the schools? Absolutely.
Ms. Santos, and then I'm going to turn to colleagues.
Yes, sir. I just have to echo what Dr. Riggins, Ms. Procope, and also Ms. White have said, really in support of the school resource officers, that they are the pulse, they have a pulse on the community outside of school that we do not always have. They keep their ear to the ground. They are a direct line to the community that we also might not have. I appreciate greatly the work that Ms. Davis and the commission has done, that they are proactively doing to, about reform. But it's, in essence, if you're taking out the school resource officers and just replacing them with, more support services, I mean, the replacement, yeah, we all could use more support services, but just by taking out one and replacing it with another, you know, they have two very different roles. And I understand divesting in, you know, the need for divesting in the infrastructure, but in school resource officers, just like you would have anywhere, there are individuals who, there's great educators, and then there's always some educators that do not care about the children, who don't do their job. Just like you have, and the same for police officers or any individual in any kind of agency or organization. So when you say that the training wasn't effective, I think that also looking at the training, like reevaluating and reassessing the training, because we have some great school resource officers who are completely dedicated and really are role models and mentors and all of those things. They don't patrol our school. They are a part of our school. They are part of the fabric of our school, and they are not seen as, you know, I mean, they've worked with we're a journalism and media arts school. We've had workshops with officers to, you know, actually talk about, you know, all these different things, and to open the doors of communication, and to like be able to like build relationships over the years. If school resource officers were taken out, and then, you know, God forbid something does happen, you know, and we have to call the police to come in, you know, regular street beat police officers are not going to be there to mediate. They're going to be there, you know, to respond in a different way. And that is not to escalate, you know, possible violence. And that is not what we want. You know, the school resource officers that we have like built relationships with are absolutely integral and essential to our school and to our community. And, you know, they really are role models for our kids. And that relates, and that actually transcends from our school into the community. And so, you know, I just have to echo, you know, all the poignant points that the other principals, I'm not a principal, but I am one of the administrators, have made, you know, in support of school resource officers, and what they really, how they really are effective, and they're absolutely a part of our school in positive ways. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm way over my time. Is Councilmember Nadeau here?
I am, but I do not have any more questions for this panel. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm not struggling, but I think the conversation that we're having here is a difficult one, in that what I'm hearing, you know, from Principal Riggins and White and Ralston and even Ms. Proscope, the incidents that you were describing, it's almost as though you're saying the SRO officers are there to protect our students from the things that are happening outside of the school. Like, I haven't heard, and forgive me, I didn't hear everyone's testimony in the beginning, but I haven't heard anyone talking about, we need to have them there during school hours for incidents that are occurring in our building. Am I misunderstanding this? I mean, I'm trying to understand, like, because it seems as though you're saying like their value is before school or after school, or if there's an incident that occurs during school hours, but not inside the building. You're talking about shootings that are happening across the street or fights that are happening at the bus stop. So I'm trying to understand here. Am I misunderstanding?
I just have to address that, is that I think that, you know, them being during school hours is when they're actually, you know, they're interacting, they're actually building. That's part of the building of relationships, being a part of the school culture, in different things that we do. It's not just outside of school, after school, or before school. You know, they drop in on different times and they can be a part of certain things that we do during the school. Their presence is still like as part of the community, not as just, you know, not as a just after school during these hours. And I just need to reiterate that, like, I feel like, you know, getting rid of SROs is like throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak, you know, because there are a number of them who are doing an excellent job. And maybe, you know, the vetting process is also something to also look at, you know.
Anyone else want to speak to
And
that?
they are important inside the school. So you can't have a relationship just to and from the metro. Okay, the relationship is built from within. So the SRO could be sitting in on an advisory and talking about some things that students need to do or shouldn't be doing as far as their lives as young people. They're sharing information about what they do. Our SRO, when after George Floyd was murdered, our SRO actually had a virtual conversation with our students about, you know, this is what policing is, what's good and what's bad. And so they wouldn't have been able to have that kind of conversation if there was no relationship. And the relationship is inside, it's during the day. Are they in the school breaking up fights and those kinds of things? Sometimes they're just walking down the hall saying, hey, how's your mom? I heard you just had a baby at home or whatever. And because they're in there creating that kind of personality, when that stuff is popping off at Dr. Riggins' school or at Principal Rawson's school, any of those things, they're there and they can be there to help and make sure those things don't happen.
Okay. And I think, you know, I can't remember who said it earlier. Yes, I'm aware there's a reason as to why we have SROs and why we have the school safety division, gone back for the reports, et cetera. And some of it, or it was after a shooting at Ballou, I believe, high school, where a student was shot. But some could argue that was due to other failures around safety measures at the school. Doors that didn't lock, no security cameras, people able to prop open doors, all of that kind of stuff, which I feel like in some ways we have addressed that, but we're still holding on to this. In a way, it feels like I'm just trying to reconcile what you all as adults are saying is we need this for safety, and that these SROs have such great relationships with our students, whereas when the council holds a hearing, our students come testify and say they don't feel safe.
I will say that there have been quite a few, especially in Ward 8 and Ward 7 that I've attended, sessions for students to amplify their thoughts, feelings, and emotions around what their relationship and their thoughts are regarding school resource officers, and sometimes including, not sometimes, but also including Metro Transit police officers that are a part of this like community conversation as well. And from the middle school, elementary, and high school students of those community situations or conversations I've been a part of, those students have completely and fully amplified that they didn't have a relationship with the officers, and that was their issue. And they didn't know if the officer was approaching them with good intentions, if there was a whole rally of them at Anacostia, if there was a whole situation from anywhere that they were walking, coming to or from. They didn't know what the spirit was. And that's the reason why there was so much angst or anxiety or aggressiveness or anything else that outplayed from the officer's approach.
Mm-hmm.
From those conversations, there have been even additional, and from the leaders having private conversations as well with the safe passage, priority calls, and meetings, complete tailoring of how we actually go about with particular schools, and a lot of schools being used as the exemplars of how the officers were actually welcomed. Some schools had to admit that they were not welcoming officers into the building, and that was actually causing a lot of the additional issues that their students were experiencing to and or from school, or if it was anything that was unfolding during. And there are a lot of times where during is actually happening, and it can be a situation of the school doesn't understand, maybe doesn't have the training or the approach, and a school resource officer comes in to say, hey. And I don't want to out particular schools, but there are a lot of schools, especially in the area around mine, where there are a lot of things that pop off on an everyday basis. And there are resource officers that we would like to see on a regular basis. And we completely do not see them because they are way busy in the lives of everybody else and trying to make sure that this doesn't pop off and also unfold out into the streets after the fact. And somebody said, like, the hallways piece, there are a lot of things that unfold in the hallways during the day. And because of their presence, being able to be shifted or being able to be present during the day, and also to help oversee and make sure that it really doesn't actually turn sour before or after school. That's that full picture, full circle situation that we're looking at and that we're seeing and experiencing. And if we take them out of the school completely during the day from being able to actually help and be a resource to make sure that those hallway situations don't unfold, then the after school scenario will actually look and feel even worse. So it's an all-encompassing piece, and you can't really have one successfully without the other, just like Mrs. Procope was expressing. So even though I don't have one every day, when they are present and they are there, they are absolutely amazing, and the relationships and everything that they build are great. The resources that they give to our students, because I have smaller students as well, and that's their first interaction with the police officer sometimes. And you need that to be a good one. You want that to be a good one. You want them to understand like who the community folks in their people in their community are, as well as the firefighters and everything else. And they've been so integral in how they've built those relationships. They've actually saved a number of my folks. They've saved a number of my families from going down a path that they did not need to go down between 8 and 4 and afterwards.
I'm over my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. Oh, sorry, Samantha, did you want to?
I just wanted to see if I could respond, if that's okay. I recognize folk are over their time. Are we okay with that?
Please.
Thank you. I also acknowledge I am the only commissioner on this, but I'm hoping that I'm speaking in ways that other commissioners would agree with. Again, want to validate and honor what everyone is saying and where it's coming from in this place that it feels like all of us, I don't know most of you all personally, but all of us are working to ensure that our families and our communities, our young people are safe. A few things that I want to name: school police are in our schools in DC, particularly because of the incident, the killing that happened in 2004 at Ballou that Mr. Lee brought up earlier. That killing is well known that that was a case of documented bullying that was occurring between the person who was killed and the person who shot them. The response, instead of addressing the supports that were missing from being able to intervene within bullying, instead of putting those support systems in place, the response was to put police in our schools. So I actually think the reason police in our schools now points to the failure of our system and the failure to invest appropriately and address the root causes that even ignited school police being in DC schools in the first place. Historically, school police are in our schools literally to stop the protest of Black students who were protesting for Black educators, for Black history. The system of policing is what is causing the harm here. There's a lot of conversation around the individual police officer. I have family members who are police officers. There are people who I'm in community with that are police officers. And so I deeply understand the need, the feeling that we want to highlight that these are individuals that are going above and beyond their job. The reality is, though, as the chief pointed out in the last hearing, their job, first and foremost, is to enforce the law. The police officers that are SROs are police officers. They're literally no different than the MPD that are patrolling the streets. In fact, according to the last performance oversight hearing, all of the SROs that haven't been in our schools have been down at BLM Plaza, have been in our communities patrolling our communities. And then they're gonna go back into schools, and we expect young people to make some type of compartmentalizing in their heads, when the research shows that the only reason young people might be saying that they have good relationships with police officers is purely because they have a good relationship with that individual, not that they have a good relationship with the system of policing. And the anxiety and the post-traumatic stress disorder, the depression that is associated with police presence, because we normalize that, particularly in our schools, those feelings get pushed under the rug, and they show up in other ways. There is no arguing that police presence, particularly for Black young people, causes Black young people to be in fear, causes them to be in a state of anxiety, and therefore in a learning environment, it impacts their cognitive development. Similar to conversations around COVID. Young people have been living with COVID for now 1.5 years. That doesn't mean it doesn't cause them anxiety. That doesn't mean it doesn't cause them trauma. We can normalize it as much as we want. We can have conversations about it as much as we want, but the harm is still there. And so the same thing is true with police. And I want to be careful when we're having these conversations about good cop versus bad cops, that there is harm in normalizing police, especially when we only normalize police in the lives of Black and brown children. It is inherently harm, and comes from a perspective of us believing that young people, whether we want to name it or not, that young people are inherently bad or inherently criminal, and therefore need to be policed and criminalized, versus the things that I've heard and what security officers do and what police officers do that we value and respect are all things that can be done with people without badges, are all things that can be done and should be done with people who have different educational backgrounds. We value the mentorship. You do not have to have a badge or be a police officer to be able to mentor our young people. We value the social emotional support. You do not need to have a badge or a gun to provide social emotional support. The intel around conflict and violence in our communities. Violence interrupters know more about what's happening in our communities than police officers do. The auntie down the street from me knows more about what's happening in our community than some of our police officers do. And so this conversation and the recommendations presented from the Police Reform Commission is really one encouraging us to broaden our perspective on what safety is, to think about all of the value of our community members and not rely on the power and the authority of police and pushing them into our young people's lives. It's not to say the individual police officer is a bad person. It's to acknowledge that we have a system of policing that was historically designed to oppress our young people. And those individuals are placed in our schools, and they deserve other resources instead, and at a greater level as well, I will add.
We are those people. Like, we're security. I'm a security officer, but I am a mentor. I live down the street from where I work at. So I am the guy down the street that knows what's going on in the community. Yeah, of course I got a uniform on, but take that aside, I'm well invested in my community and my school. Mr. Ralston is my principal. He knows that I am invested in what goes on in Roosevelt, not even being a security officer. You're talking about taking people out of a building, that you're talking about bringing resources in. We are the resource. Maybe because we got security on our shoulder that we not looked at that, but we do that in school. Believe me, like, I've been taking a gun or a knife from a young man because I have a relationship, not because I'm the security officer. It's because he respect me. Your argument is taking us out of the school, the resource officers out of the school. Our resource officer knows our kids. If you call another police officer that doesn't know about the school, they're going to escalate the situation because they don't know our kids.
I was about to close this up. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you, each of you. We spent a lot of time on this first panel. We got 2 more panels and then the government. So I think the testimony has been very helpful. I know it has been very helpful. I do want to remind several of you that we don't have your statements. I hesitate whether to mention names, but it would be helpful to have the statements from you. You know, I think one of the challenges which is brought to the fore by the work of the Police Reform Commission is to what extent are we over-policing in our society? And I think that's an important question for us to look at. At the same time, as chair of the committee that has oversight over education, I'm concerned that we maintain security and that schools be safe for our students. So this conversation has been helpful. Again, thank you, each of you. Although I just saw Councilmember Pinto. Did you have questions, Councilmember Pinto? I'm trying to move to the next panel.
That's okay, Chairman. I'll wait for the next panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So all of you are excused. Thank you very much. And I'm going to call the next 10 witnesses. Raymond Whedon, Executive Director at Thurgood Marshall Academy Public Charter High School. Pat Brantley, Chief Executive Officer at the Friendship Public Charter School. Shannon Hodge, Founding Executive Director of the DC Charter School Alliance. Robert Pittman, who's with the Police Citizens Advisory Council of the First District. Danielle Robinette, who's with the Children's Law Center. Electra Bolitas. Ibis Villegas with Stoddard or from Stoddard Elementary School. Kathy Riley, who's with the Senior High Alliance of Parents, Principals, and Educators. Eduardo Ferrer, who's with the Georgetown Juvenile Justice Clinic and Initiative, although I'm not sure he's representing them. The witness list says for ID purposes. And Stacy Une, who's with Advocates for Justice and Education, Inc. And forgive me that we spent so much time with the first panel and that I'm going to try to not spend as much time with this panel. Mr. Whedon, Raymond Whedon.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Mendelson and other members of the council. My name is Raymond Whedon. I'm a Ward 7 resident, a father of 2 public school students, and the executive director at Thurgood Marshall Academy, a high school in the heart of Anacostia. Mr. Mendelson, I appreciate your time for us to speak. I appreciate your admonishment, I think it's the word, SAT word you use about the things not being in. So I will actually paraphrase what I wrote and send it to you all. And actually some of this has actually been informed and shifted just because I think there's some pieces that I just would like to highlight as a school leader. I think I would like to start with some truths that the way I see it is that school communities listen and work with our students and families to create systems to support their sense of health and safety. Policing in schools and security is a nuanced issue. Policing and police have an adversarial relationship with Black and Brown communities. The civil society incorrectly perceives that our Black and Brown children as older and malicious in intent. Yet SROs, and I appreciate how people have named it, that their different roles have a place in our school communities today. They are often linked to a link, not the only link to our communities, which helps us address some issues that may be student related, community related, or just something that we just know to get a full picture. This is a nuanced issue. And then coming the day after the verdict of George Floyd and also the killing of a young person in Columbus, Ohio, one of my places I used to live, it's not something that we're gonna eliminate and like fix in a hearing. I just want to name that as a TMA, I am the ED at TMA. I am not TMA, and there's a broad range of opinions and thoughts that come along with our school. I hope to provide an aggregate of what we are doing and how we are thinking about this situation. I think the first is I am on the side of folks who SROs are a resource. They are not policing. They are not in our building trying to help students like get on the quote unquote right track. They're a resource that we use. They don't discipline. They do not pull students out of class. We do not pay them. They are essentially that image of what we talk about in terms of community policing, that we are thankful for them and the service that they provide. I also want to name that essentially, I believe what Ms. Davis is saying, Ms. White is saying, Dr. Perkholt is saying, like everyone is saying, is all true. We are in this situation because there have been services that have been promised services that have been removed, services that have been given, services that have been taken away just in my 14 years here in the city as a school leader. This ranges from counseling services that used to be in schools directly from, I think at the time it was Department of Behavioral Health, or whatever the name was before. And those were actually replaced and taken out of schools because that they wanted to put them in other places that were quote unquote priority areas. This also takes place in the fact that yes, we have security in our building because our families and our students and our teachers demanded it due to shootings that happen right outside our door or shootings that are a result of neighborhood violence. And so while it is true that this is a nuanced issue, I think part of the things that we want to make sure that happens is that if we are removing and replacing the safety division, and I think there are big reasons why we can do that, there has to be a significant overlap in how we're transitioning the services to make sure we're not doing a robbing Peter to pay Paul situation. Because the truth of the matter is that as school leaders, that's what we're used to. We're used to council or the mayor or somebody says we cannot do X anymore, and then we stop it and we don't replace it with a superior service. And so I think some of the hesitation that we are hearing right now is because we don't have a track record of smooth transitions when it comes to providing services for our students in our schools. We have a track record of deleting and continue to fail. We're in this place right now because of the not providing the at-risk funds, or not providing the services, or not providing the things that we knew were true 20 years ago, and that we're suffering the consequences of it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whedon. Ms. Brantley.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and council members, for this opportunity to give testimony. I'm Pat Brantley, a Ward 7 resident and CEO of Friendship Public Charter School. Like you, our colleagues, and the general public, we have been horrified to watch seemingly unending images of violence at the hands of law enforcement. For the families and staff of Friendship, these incidents are not remote. They are personal and too often part of our lived experiences. I won't forget being pulled over at Princeton coming home late from my work-study job for no other reason than being asked what I was doing at that time. I won't forget my brothers being put in the back of a police car at the age of 11 for riding their bikes across an abandoned lot. I won't forget in the wake of George Floyd's murder, a staff member sharing that a brother was thrown to his death out of a window as a result of interaction with law enforcement. At the same time, we count on officers to provide safer, although not safe, passage to and from school, to support our school community, and to secure our school grounds and the surrounding community. MPD Resource Officer Mario Barr is one example. In his nearly 10 years of supporting one of our high schools, he has been the first call to our principal to let her know of violence in the community, and he is the first person at our doors to grieve with us and to give words of comfort and support, and as importantly, to mediate and de-escalate when that violence has taken away one of our students. In fact, every Friendship principal I called talked about the school resource officer who checked in on them frequently to let them know what is happening in the community and to find out if anything else is needed. The contradictions of needing and fearing are difficult for adults. They are untenable for children. So with that as background, I'm here to provide testimony so that you understand our perspective. First, we are thankful for the work and the recommendations of the commission. In our schools that serve predominantly at-risk students and yet aren't fully funded at the level of adequacy to support at-risk students, there simply aren't enough resources to proactively address student needs. Thus, the commission's recommendation that the city make additional investments to support positive youth development and promote safe learning environments with competent, trauma-informed, school-based mental health professionals is a welcome one. We have these professionals in our schools, although not enough for the students that we serve. There's only so much we can do with the resources in hand. It is not enough. We also agree with the commission's recommendation that unarmed school employees chosen directly by and accountable to local school leadership are the best approach to security and safety in schools. In fact, that is how Friendship operates. We are fortunate to have longstanding heads of security and security officers who are fully integrated into the life of our schools. They're often the first staff to greet students, ask how their day is, and provide support in many ways that have in many ways that have little to do with how people traditionally view security, but that make our schools safer physically, mentally, and emotionally for all. Finally, while we appreciate and agree with much of the Commission's report, especially those recommendations that restrict any serving of warrants, detaining and arresting youth, and carrying out immigration enforcement on school grounds, while we wholly agree with those things, we are concerned that the elimination of MPD's School Safety Division will leave our schools, students, and staff without critical supports for safe passage and for mediating issues that arise outside of schools but impact safety within schools. In our experience, the value of school resource officers is the work they do in the community and the bridges they help to build. Even with greatly expanded mental health and other supports in schools, schools alone cannot carry the full responsibility for safety and safe passage, particularly when school safety is often a reflection of community safety. We therefore respectfully request that rather than either or approach, Council take a both and approach by increasing the ability of schools to meet the mental health needs of students while maintaining a strengthened SRO program focused on safe passage. In this important work of determining how we best reform policing in the district, the voices of students, parents, and school staff must be central. And so we ask that as you consider any legislation, that you provide an opportunity for our school stakeholders to provide input. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brantley. Shannon Hodge.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Shannon Hodge, and I'm the founding executive director of the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that all students in the district receive the great public education they deserve. I'm here to testify about school security in DC's public charter schools. Approaches to school safety and security vary widely across charter school communities. In a preliminary survey of about 2/3 of charter LEAs conducted this month, we learned that 25% of charter schools contract with private security firms, 19% use employee security officers, 13% use staff to manage school safety and security, 4% contract with MPD, and 36% do not have security personnel in their buildings. School leaders make decisions about how to approach school safety and security through deep reflection about the work and mission of their schools and through meaningful engagement with their school communities about how to best handle safety and security concerns. Police meaningfully involved in schools can help administrators stay current on what's happening in communities that may affect or spill over into school buildings. They can provide a sense of security that many students need to learn, and they can resolve issues that may be beyond the scope of school administrators, like guns in buildings. Yet we know that any type of police presence in schools is complicated. As one leader shared recently, we are simultaneously at odds with the way MPD often engages with our students, and yet absolutely need their assistance to respond to extreme circumstances with high safety risks. What schools need and want are nuanced approaches to safety and security that balance the need to maintain safe spaces for learning with the fact that many students and staff have had negative experiences with police. Based on what we've heard from school leaders and students, we cannot just center solutions on removing police from schools. We must prioritize the needs of our families to provide a real effective safety net. With that in mind, the council should take 4 specific steps that I will summarize here, and more details are provided in my written testimony. First, the council and MPD should engage with school leaders, students, and parents to improve the SRO program. Preliminary results from a survey conducted this month show that school leaders rated their interactions with their SROs as a 2.8 on a scale of 1 being poor to 4 being excellent. School leaders have very specific recommendations for improving the SRO program. Second, the council should support a number of the DC Police Reform Commission's recommendations on school security. My written testimony lists the specific recommendations that preliminary survey results show the majority of charter school leaders support or strongly support. But I want to underscore and emphasize that the Commission's recommendations are not the only ways to address the problems they raise. Third, to address these and other areas of improvement identified from engagement with school communities, MPD and charter schools should enter into an MOU for the SRO program and other MPD involvement in schools. An MOU is crucial to creating a shared system of accountability, support, and expectations that enhances rather than detracts from learning environments. Finally, the council should fully fund the at-risk weight to ensure that SROs and security officers are not taking on responsibilities left unaddressed due to the absence of needed professionals or the lack of needed training. Our school leaders recognize that many safety issues arise from students' experiences with trauma and unmet mental health needs. So they have invested heavily in social and emotional supports, crisis managed coordinators, and de-escalation training for staff. But there are still gaps that adequate funding can help schools fill. Full funding of the at-risk weight will help close those gaps where the help is most needed. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Mr. Pittman.
Mr. Mendelson, members of the council, I'm Bobby Pittman. I appear here on behalf of the First District Police Citizens Advisory Council. A number of comments that I would make have already been stated by the administrators and principals. So there are several things that I would like to point out. When it comes to your police commission report, that was missed opportunities. That report currently, the way it's written and structured, is biased. No police advisory council, none of the other organizations that are significantly involved in policing or school resource officers were invited to testify regarding these issues. The data that they compiled from other jurisdictions, most of it has very little or nothing to do with the Metropolitan Police Department. There are some things I want to say very quickly. The data should be collected and can be done better. And we would like to work with the council, with Metropolitan Police, but also that data is across a number of different agencies. So you need funding in order to have that data in usable forms. In addition to that, when it comes to what happens in a school environment with young people sometimes lie about what happens in their interactions, even with school administrators, with school resource officers, and all those things can trigger investigations. If that happens, administrators are reluctant to get involved in pulling people out of fights or putting their hands on students. Let me just say this, when it comes to the school resource officers are specialized. They are trained to handle de-escalation and verbal ways of addressing the issues that young people have. And I want to make sure that I talk about the warrants and the no consent searches. That has been framed in a way that it depends on how you want to look at it. MPD now uses a process where they work with the Office of the Attorney General and they work with the administrators to determine when and how to address an issue that has occurred in a school with a student before they seek a warrant. That's why you see the increase in the warrants and the custody orders, not because you have cowboy police officers running into the schools going after students, but many of those situations did occur in the school, and there's collaboration amongst agencies to look at how best to handle that. My testimony outlines many of these issues and how we can address it. It is really more important that we all come into the room together. We need to look at the role of the security officers. We need to look at the role of the school resource officers. And unfortunately, policing, as it's been framed by certain members of the police commission, reflect on police going after Black and brown people. That's not the conversation we're in. Community resource officers do a lot of work behind the scenes that you may not see. One DCAC works very closely with school resource officers across all wards, across all 6 districts. No, we don't work in 2D. We also do the Beat the Streets program. We're very much committed to working to make sure that everyone feels safe. So I will stop there. If you have any questions, you have my testimony, and I would love to talk about the IEPs and why it's important that police officers have the opportunity to know certain information about a student. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. Danielle Robinette.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Danielle Robinette. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of Ward 6. Additionally, prior to law school, I was a public school teacher. I am testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center, which fights so every DC child can grow up with a loving family, good health, and a quality education. With almost 100 staff and hundreds of pro bono lawyers, Children's Law Center reaches 1 out of every 9 children in DC's poorest neighborhoods, more than 5,000 children and families each year. We appreciate the committee for holding this important hearing. Now is the time to reimagine what a safe and positive school environment looks like. Over the past year, on top of a global pandemic, Black and brown young people have seen time and time again that they cannot trust the police to keep them safe, and that they are likely to be treated worse by law enforcement than their white peers. We need to move away from the utilization of police in schools and towards a school environment that supports students. We offer our recommendations on how to make this transition. Importantly, we believe that the involvement of youth voices, educators, parents, administrators, and school staff is fundamental to ensuring an effective transition to police-free schools. Our recommendations today are largely the same as those we submitted to the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety for their performance oversight hearing for the Metropolitan Police Department. We are repeating them here for the record and to highlight the ways in which the district's young people are affected by the presence of police in schools. These recommendations are consistent with those put forth by the Police Reform Commission. To this end, we would like to uplift and express our support for the PRC's recommendations as they relate to policing youth, both in and out of schools. My written testimony details a two-part strategy, which first divests local dollars from MPD's School Safety Division, then invests those dollars in programs that create and reinforce safety in our schools. Our divestment position is drawn from the negative, even traumatizing interactions that our young clients have had with police in schools. For instance, a 5-year-old client was taken away alone to be interviewed by a uniformed MPD officer, not a social worker, regarding abuse allegations. Another time, MPD was called when a 5th grade student left the building. Officers escalated that situation by putting the child into restraints. Additionally, national trends show that students with disabilities are nearly 3 times more likely to be arrested than their general education peers. When disability and race intersect, this impact is compounded. SROs too often respond to a mental health crisis with little or no information about the child's special education needs, triggers, or planned de-escalation strategies. For example, a 9-year-old client experiencing a mental health emergency was handcuffed and taken to the ER by a uniformed police officer. For many students, the regular presence of police in schools does not create a safe learning environment. In fact, the mere presence of police at school can trigger fear and past trauma. The moment we are in calls for transformative, bold investments in students' behavioral health. Black and brown youth have been especially traumatized as they are grappling with 2 pandemics, the coronavirus and systemic racism. As we plan to address the losses suffered by students over the last year, we must focus on the ways in which schools can support students' social and emotional well-being. By redirecting local dollars away from MPD's School Safety Division and investing those funds in critical programs like school-based behavioral health, restorative justice, and safe passage, we have before us an opportunity to create an environment where students are supported, not criminalized. Our investment recommendations call for supportive programs and partnerships which are already in existence and currently operate to varying degrees within our school and communities. Our recommendations offer concrete alternatives to police in schools and support a new vision of school safety that does not contribute to the criminalization of Black and brown students, but instead enhances their educational experience. Beyond the police, the role of civilian security at schools must be examined. The reimagining of school security must involve community input and reflect the needs of education stakeholders. While there has been a lot of focus on DCPS's security contract, DCPS represents only half of the district's public school students. Conversations about reimagining security and investments in positive school culture must not forget the 60+ charter LEAs that educate more than 40,000 children and young people in DC. Nearly 75% of whom are Black and 49% of whom live in Wards 7 and 8. While our testimony today does not directly address the topic of contracted security guards, we encourage the committee to continue this dialogue with respect to all aspects of school security. We believe that school security, in whatever form it ultimately takes, must be trauma-informed and designed to integrate safety into a broader conceptualization of positive school climate and culture. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Robinette. Electra Bolitas.
Hello, everybody. My name is Electra and I teach in Ward 4. I want to start by saying rest in peace, Karan Hilton and Dion Kay, 2 Black youth who were murdered by the police this summer. Each day this month, somebody has been murdered by the police, including a 16-year-old in Maryland. Police are authorized by the state to use violence to control Black communities. Slave patrols were reimagined and reinformed into the modern day police force, no matter how diverse or inclusive or how many languages the police speak. Why should Latinx or Caribbean students trust the police when their families are harassed and imprisoned by ICE? DC has gone through years of privatization of public education with the creation of charter schools, and many teachers are white and security is Black. Imagine if Black mothers were given pathways to become teachers instead of security officers. Imagine if instead of SROs, community members were employed as coaches, therapists, leaders of restorative circles. Imagine if we cared for the small amount of people who have done something violent and helped them heal instead of putting them in prisons where the problem is made worse. One of my students was shot and killed last year outside of my apartment. The police did not interrupt this, and the police cannot solve this. If we want to actually address violence at the root, we need to give people what they need: shelter, food, community, therapy. Police do not provide any of these necessities. There are only a couple full-time counselors at my school for over 400 students. Students are demanding more counselors. DC's police budget continues to increase, yet therapists at my school continue to decrease. I uplift the demands of my students to end all collaboration with MPD from doing wellness checks and remove all forms of police from schools and fund counselors. Neighborhoods are unsafe because of gentrification and people priced out of their homes, lack of stable employment, and other problems that police cannot solve and only make worse. When there was a stabbing at my school, it was well known that the student was being bullied. If a therapist or counselor had worked with him sooner, it could have been prevented. We are in a global pandemic where people living in poverty have been stripped of healthcare, employment, and housing. In this global pandemic, we need more counselors, therapists, and professionals who are trained to deal and heal with trauma and stop outsourcing our problems to the police. Instead of security sitting in the lobbies of schools, we can employ them as violence interrupters, counselors, or train them in restorative circles to actually deal with problems before violence becomes an option. I urge the council to invest in mental health professionals and remove all police from schools. We don't need them.
Thank you, Ms. Ibis Villejas. And I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Kathy Riley.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and for the focus on this issue. My name is Kathy Riley, and I am the co-founder and director of SHAPE, as well as the facilitator of the Ward 4 Ed Alliance. As you contemplate any changes, and as you have heard, there are many that feel what is in place works. It is crucial, though, that the lines of accountability be clear and the resources necessary be allotted. As a city, since 2004, we have asked the Metropolitan Police Department to step into many roles where others like roving leaders, restorative justice coordinators, or social workers may be a more appropriate match. The coordination between the community, school staff, students, and other city agencies that is necessary to transition to a new system that is not law enforcement centered and is more sensitive to the needs of our young people has to be clearly led and embraced by those who will implement it. We don't have that in place right now. DCPS has convened a committee that's working on a 3-year plan. However, the coordination and planning between the Police Reform Commission's work and DCPS or the public charter schools is just starting. We support the goal as stated by the Commission. We aspire to a city where we use a holistic public health approach to student safety and crisis intervention. The Commission has given us a thoughtful blueprint, and there is broad agreement on a number of the recommendations. We strongly support the pilot opportunity given to DCPS schools to submit a proposal on how they would allocate the security funding for security in their buildings. 7 high schools, 2 education campuses, and 9 middle schools responded to this. The time frame was short, but this is vital in having a transition to security officers that can be hired by and integrated into the local school communities. The issue is they don't want to have a contract. They want employees. Thus, we are in strong support of this recommendation of the commission. However, a main concern is that allotment for security now decided on by MPD will not have clear criteria and will be rolled into the local school budget and subject to cuts. We'd like to work with you and others on ensuring that these funds are fair and protected. Secondary school leaders in DCPS are divided over removing the school resource officers from the school buildings. For those that support the removal, they believe schools are basically safe places. With additional training and reimagined security staff, they feel schools should be able to handle the vast majority of incidents that come up during the school day. However, those that the safe passage is still a huge issue. Those school leaders want to know that when there are occasions where they need the police, they'll be available quickly and be officers that they know. That those that want the SROs to remain see their individuals as critical in their school staff and value their presence in maintaining a safe place. If there's a transition, we have to really consult with people. Personally, looking at this and watching it for the last 20 years, many of our fears were borne out from 2004 and listening to the testimony of young people and law enforcement, everybody, I'm convinced we do need to make changes. I believe we can take great care in navigating a transition that would reduce the footprint of law enforcement in the lives of young people. There's some recommendations we can embrace, but I also think, in 2004, MPD was very careful and consulted everybody, and their transition was very well thought through. If we're going to go back, we need to engage in a similar process. Otherwise, we'll be right back here in a crisis and we'll make poor decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Eduardo Ferrer.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee on the Whole. My name is Eduardo Ferrer. I'm a Ward 5 resident and a visiting professor and the policy director of the Georgetown Juvenile Justice Clinic and Initiative. I also chaired the board of a public charter school for a number of years here in the district. My testimony today is based on my research and experience in these various roles. It is not given on behalf of Georgetown University as a whole or the charter school with which I was formerly affiliated, but is on behalf of the Georgetown Juvenile Justice Clinic and Initiative. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to use my time today to urge the council to support the recommendations of the Police Reform Commission generally, and the recommendations contained in Section 3 of the report specifically. Given the time, I will focus on the higher level recommendations in my testimony, but I enthusiastically endorse the specific recommendations as well. In addition, at the end of my written testimony, I have appended the start of a potential roadmap for implementation of the Police Reform Commission's recommendations, with suggestions related to who should have primary responsibility for implementation. First, we need to reimagine school safety with the goal of furthering positive school culture and climate, not just replacing the word MPD with DCPS in the management process for school security. As a result, as the Police Reform Commission report recommends, the district needs to dismantle the school policing infrastructure and adopt a holistic public health approach to school safety and crisis intervention that is relational, racially just, restorative, trauma responsive, and trauma informed. This approach will involve policy change, practice change, and most importantly, culture change. This approach requires thinking big picture and acknowledging up front that real safety is something that goes beyond security, but involves an intentional mix of prevention, intervention, and remediation efforts. As a result, real school safety requires a diversified staffing approach, a recognition that no single intervention will accomplish this goal, and an acknowledgement that different schools may need differing approaches. As the Police Reform Commission indicates, reimagining school safety requires eliminating the outsourcing of security and exploring a diversified mix of positions: credible messengers, roving leaders, student safety coaches, social workers, counselors, RJ practitioners, all planning, communicating, and working together toward the common purpose of fostering a safe school environment. We also must ensure that we are leading with non-law enforcement and non-exclusionary interventions. This includes creating and implementing non-law enforcement driven crisis response and safe passage systems, as well as the continued expansion of the district's restorative justice and school-based mental health efforts. Finally, the district should also eliminate the school safety division at MPD, by repealing DC Code 513201 and the sequence thereafter, and redirect the almost $14 million currently allocated to the SSD to reimagining school safety instead. Fully implementing this overarching recommendation will require a mix of executive and legislative action. Second, building a strong culture of safety in our schools requires that schools be sanctuaries for our students. This requires fundamentally changing how we police our young people. For instance, young people should be able to go to school free of fear that they will be arrested on school grounds for custody orders, off-campus incidents, or nonviolent school-based offenses. Additionally, youth should also be able to attend school without fear that they will be detained and turned over to immigration officials. To accomplish these objectives, the council should enact legislation that implements the recommendations made by the Police Reform Commission in Section 3, Recommendation 2. And third, schools should be gun-free zones for students and adults alike. As a result, again, legislation should be passed to prevent officers of all types from carrying weapons on campus with narrow exceptions. As I've recognized throughout my testimony, many of the recommendations put forth by the PRC with respect to reestablishing police-free schools can be implemented or incentivized by the council. However, in some ways, the most difficult work of changing the cultures in our school will fall not only to the executive, but also to the individual charter schools and LEAs. I'm available to answer questions with respect to the practical next steps that the executive, charter schools, and LEAs, as well as the council can take to implement the Police Reform Commission recommendations. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrer. Stacy Une.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Une. I'm a resident of Ward 1, and I am senior staff attorney at Advocates for Justice and Education. We're an independent nonprofit advocacy organization and the federally designated Parent Center for DC. With the goal of creating a safer and more just world for students of color in DC, we joined the Police Free Schools Coalition, asking DC's educational agencies to remove all forms of police from DC schools. Black people in DC are disproportionately arrested at 10 times the rate of white people. Much of DC's Black youth and the DC community itself has lost trust in the police, and without trust, there is no security. Employees of educational agencies shouldn't call or rely on the police to board school buses when a child can't keep his mask on, which is what happened earlier this month to 7-year-old DCPS student Jedi. It's not just DC students who are negatively impacted from DC schools' over-reliance on the police in educational matters. In the fall of 2019, DCPS attorney Daniel McCall insisted that a hearing officer call security to escort a parent out of her special education hearing because the lawyer, quote, felt threatened. Over the years, AJA has represented many parents who have been barred and told they'd be arrested for trespassing if they returned to their child's school. DCPS administrators have already sanctioned this practice, and they will not change without pressure from the council and the community. Simply put, there is a lack of evidence to suggest police actually make school campuses and students safer. And as noted by Chairman Mendelson, officers often escalate situations, create hostile environments, and young people have told us that the police presence is the reason they feel unsafe in schools. Similar to how we approached reforming school discipline, the DC Council could restrict DC schools from relying on the police to respond to student behaviors, because student behavior is fundamentally an educational matter, and it calls for interventions from educational experts. The interventions needed are counselors and not cops. Last October, I testified how DCPS took more than 6 months to respond to a grievance filed by an elementary school parent after her nonverbal child came home with bruises and a busted lip. That parent has now joined a class action lawsuit against DCPS with other parents whose disabled children also came home from different DCPS schools, seriously injured without adequate explanation or documentation. It is unacceptable that although there are cameras and student behavior trackers in every school building, parents are actively blocked from accessing incident reports and security footage, even in situations where a child has broken bones or reported a sexual assault. DC's educational agencies need to fundamentally change how they communicate and engage with parents. A system that permits a school to ignore parents' serious concerns about their children's education and well-being is not in the best interest of students. Further, a system where the burden is on families and small nonprofits to inform educational agencies about individual situations is unfair and inefficient. Therefore, AJA pushes schools to increase their transparency, as transparency is directly related to student safety. And we call for additional oversight in both DCPS's and other schools' internal grievance processes. In conclusion, we urge the council to approach school security and student safety, centering the needs and the voices of students. And DC Youth has made clear, they want police-free schools and increased access to trauma-informed mental health supports.
Thank you, Ms. Une. As with the last panel, I'm going to admonish some of you, but not name you, that I don't have copies of your statements. So if you would make sure that we have them. I do have, I believe, 3 questions. Ms. Hodge. I don't have your statement, so I don't have it in front of me. But you said something about a survey, and it was 1 was poor and 4 was, I guess, excellent, and the average was 2.8. Could you say more about that?
Absolutely. So we emailed over my testimony this afternoon, so your team should have that, and hopefully you'll get that soon. We reached out to school leaders after receiving the police commission report, just to kind of ask some follow-up questions, and also to re-ask a question that we'd asked last in August of them, which was how would they rate their interactions with their SROs? And the average number that we got from about 2/3 of the charter LEAs was 2.8 on a scale of 1 being poor to 4 being excellent. And I want to underscore here, we have a lot of narrative information from the school leaders that talks about the importance of SROs to their communities. I think you've heard from several of the school leaders today about the role that SROs play in their schools. And I think what you hear in that is that if done well and done right, the SROs can be a meaningful addition to that. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the first thing that people need is safety and security. And I think that the way the police commission report is written assumes that policing is counter to that. And I hope you've heard examples from school leaders today about how police can be a part of that if done well. And that is certainly a large if that I want to add there. But I did want to share that data point so that people knew that the sentiment of getting rid of the SRO program or getting rid of the school safety division is not one that's shared unanimously across the education community, and certainly not in the charter sector.
I get that point, but I'm trying to figure out, sometimes my mind doesn't work well. 1 is poor, 4 is excellent, so 3 would be good, 2.8 would be, I don't know.
Round it up to good. So it's not perfect, and by no means would anyone say that the program is perfect. And we've outlined very specific recommendations on what can be done to improve the program, including, for example, an MOU. So imagine all of this work is happening without any agreement between charters and MPD on what the program actually looks like. So a 2.8 is not a 4.0, but it's also not a 1. And there's very little that's in place that actually lays out what schools can expect, what communities can expect, and what MPD through the SRO program is committing to. What we're suggesting is don't eliminate that program that has value in many of our schools, but instead let's make it better. And we would love to be a part of a conversation to do that.
I was just handed your statement and a few others. Thank you. But still, I would say that the charter school leaders who were on the previous panel, they sounded like they were all somewhere between I'm going to say a 3.8 and a 4. So they're the more enthusiastic ones, and that's not universal, that high feeling, but it is still overall and on average, very positive.
Correct.
Let me turn to Kathy Riley. You had a statement in your testimony. The main concern is that allotment for security now decided on by MPD will not have clear criteria and will be rolled into the local school budget subject to cuts. What does that mean?
Well, if we take right now, the contract is decided by, was previously run by MPD. MPD looks at the neighborhood, looks at the school, decides, like Principal Rothman said, 9 security guards for Roosevelt. Now, this year, DCPS let there be a pilot where he could take those funds and figure out how he could provide security for his building. But if we don't have the contract and there's not a clear way that it's decided Roosevelt gets 9, Walls gets 3, whatever that, and all the criteria that goes into that, then that's just going to be part of the budget. And you're just like you decide you're going to have this many this many logistics people, this many deans, this many teachers, you're going to decide you need this many security. But it's like the at-risk funds, the funds may not be there. This year they were there because they're part of that contract and they were allocated that way. But if it all gets rolled into the DCPS budget, we've struggled with the transparency and with the allocation and with the criteria for the allocation. So there is a lot of worry that what we had this year where you could design that won't be there. Does that make sense?
It actually sounds a little messed up because I think what you're saying is unless we have a contract, it won't be a discrete budget item.
No, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying we have to figure out how to make it a discrete budget item. And if we don't figure that out, that's our job. I mean, there is universal desire, and it's not against the union of security guards. It's that they need to be included in the school budget, the school staff. They need to be a part of what's going on. They need to be under. Then Principal Ralston won't be struggling with getting somebody back after 7 months, and he'll hire the ones that are really working. We need that, but we have to figure out the funding. And Chairman Mendelson, you've noted that about the DCPS budget. We have to figure it out with the at-risk funding and with this, but that doesn't mean it's not possible. We can figure this out so that funding is for that purpose.
Thank you. One last question. Mr. Ferrer, you mentioned, among other things, that youth should be able to attend school without fear that they will be detained and turned over to immigration officials. We have a law in the books that police, and in fact, our executive agencies are not to cooperate with ICE unless there's a detainer. So is this really a problem?
This is an area where the Police Reform Commission, I think, did a lot more research than I've experienced personally. It's based on their conclusion that, yes, this is in fact a problem. This is something that we heard a lot about. And I think there's two things going on. One is that there have been incidences of this happening. I can share that despite the law, for instance, in the area that I practice most, and the fact that there's supposed to be non-cooperation, we have still seen instances of young people and young adults who have been arrested being turned over to ICE despite not necessarily having a detainer. So there are just kind of instances where the law at the level that prohibits the cooperation doesn't actually get implemented. But I also think it sends a signal to young people that they're safe, which helps with the perception of, I know that I can go to school. I know that I don't have to be worried about sharing my immigration status. I know that this is something that I can share with my teachers if I'm struggling. For instance, the public charter school that I used to chair the board of was primarily immigrant kids. And one of the things that they struggled with the most was, do I share this and the barriers that it poses to me coming to school? We were very clear that it was a safe space. And so as we learn more and more about their immigration stuff, we actually ended up partnering with Caresen to connect young people to legal services, but they need to know that they can share that information.
I'm still a little confused and I don't know how much time I want to spend on this. I mean, the law is clear that I believe that if ICE has a court order that we will comply with it, but absent a court order, we won't. But the district government shares, puts arrest information into the database, which unfortunately gets shared with federal agencies. So they have a way of finding out. So are these instances where, and maybe you don't know, where the MPD is ignoring the law or where there's some other factor, which is how ICE knows what's going on? I looked at the Police Reform Commission report. Now, I didn't look at the footnotes or the appendices, but I didn't see any evidence of research on this. It just seemed to be a statement.
Yeah, I'll say my experience personally has been probably more ignorance of the law rather than ignoring the law, in a way that when police officers comes to schools asking for information that's covered under FERPA without a warrant or anything like that, and schools just willingly turn it over because they think they have to because a police officer has showed up, I think that's what's happening, is it's ignorance of the fact that schools are actually protected and directed not to cooperate, rather than intentionally trying to violate the district's prohibition on sharing information.
Chairman Mendelson, can I also answer that just based on some data we've collected from schools?
Sure.
So when we asked school leaders to respond to the recommendations that were in the commission's report, the one regarding ICE was actually the one that schools most strongly supported. And one school leader did say that there is a particular officer who always calls immigration officials on their students. So this is at least in one school a real issue. And we didn't ask specifically how for all of the school leaders how often it happens, but please know that that was the recommendation that school leaders felt most strongly about in support of.
Well, let me offer some legal advice as a non-lawyer, and that is, as a legislator, we can pass a law. We can't pass a law to say what the law already says, if you know what I mean. I mean, once we say it, we say it. That's the law. I would advise, Ms. Hodge, that you tell those charter schools that they should file a complaint with the Police Complaints Commission.
Mr. Mendelson?
Yeah, I'm not trying to make this a longer conversation because I have to turn to a council member.
May I say one thing?
Yes.
That's why it's important for everyone to be in the room. And as we discuss what SROs look like in the future, it's important that we are able to talk about these things and come up with a solution or a line of communication so that these things cannot happen in the future. If that is happening, I can tell you from my work with SROs, they are not reporting to ICE. So if we do have one person who's doing that, that can be addressed.
And the Police Reform Commission is a way to do that. Council Member Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I was waiting because I'm also in a markup. So when you go over the clock, it messes with my schedule. So I'm gonna go real quickly. Ms. Hodge, I want to thank you so much for your testimony. I want to thank everybody for their testimony. Ms. Brantley, Mr. Whedon, Kathy, Stacy, Danielle, et cetera. Appreciate your engagement on this issue. Shannon, you recommended that there be an MOU in place.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Shannon. Thank you, Mr. Pittman. How exactly would that work? Is that a separate MOU for each individual LEA? Wouldn't that be a little bit cumbersome?
It doesn't have to be. It could be something that sector-wide and schools could agree to. There are many other cities that have MOUs between charters and the local police department. Something is needed right now. Right now we have nothing, and something more than that is certainly needed.
And can I jump in, Shannon, sorry to interrupt. We actually have separate MOUs for things like the Department of Behavioral Health and the school expansion. And so it's actually not abnormally to have separate ones for each LEA. Anomaly, not abnormally.
Yes, I mean, yes, I agree with you on that. I just, I guess in past interactions with MPD, they don't seem to always be as efficient in their paperwork handling as perhaps some of the other agencies involved. And that's not a knock, it's just, it is what it is. I did want to highlight because, Ms. Hodge, you didn't have an opportunity to sort of go into detail in terms of some of the things from the Police Reform Commission recommendations, that the schools you surveyed or who at least responded supported. And I think some of these are really great in terms of some of the recommendations that they, for instance, requiring police to disarm in schools unless responding to a violent incident. As we were previously discussing, protecting students and families from federal immigration agencies, prohibiting MPD and other law enforcement agencies from serving warrants, detaining and arresting youth on campus or at school-related events. And then, some of the other things around investments, of course, which I think Ms. Brantley and Mr. Whedon also spoke to. I wanted to give Mr. Pittman, you an opportunity to clarify, because it kind of seemed from your testimony that you were saying, from the data that we have around school year 18-19, I think which would have been the last full school year in terms of the number of arrests that have happened, and a breakdown around simple assault versus custody orders. It seemed as though in your testimony you were trying to argue that it is reasonable for MPD officers to be arresting students in school for custody orders that may not have anything to do with anything that happened in school, or arresting them, period. I just want to give you an opportunity to clarify if you're there. Okay.
Are you there?
Nope. Okay. Well, so I actually want to delve into this a little bit deeper, because again, I was, in the conversation with the previous panel, arrests in schools, I kind of view in some ways, can be viewed as an exclusionary discipline tactic when it could be handled by something from the disciplinary code, right? Whether it be a fight or a disagreement that breaks out an argument X, Y, or Z. And so, Mr. Ferrer or even Ms. Inouye, can you speak to the experience of the clients that you have worked with around what they have experienced arrests for? Because like I said, I got into this with Chief Conti before. He was saying, it's for robberies. And I'm like, but you're in a school, so I don't understand. Who are you robbing? It's not a liquor store or, a supermarket or anything like that. So I just want to put that on the record.
Yeah, most of my experience with custody orders being affected in schools really relates to off-campus incidents. So young people who are being investigated for something off campus, and the police officer finds out, okay, this young person goes to X school, and so I know where to go arrest them. I find that highly inappropriate and offensive. If the officer can find out what school they go to, they can find out where they live, and that would be a much better place to be affecting that custody order. OAG has done, particularly during the pandemic, a number of reforms in the way that I think custody orders are done, in terms of more conferring beforehand, is this really an arrest that we plan to make? Which I think is positive, but it still doesn't fix the problem of custody orders for non-school based offenses being affected on school. And the other thing is it goes beyond just offenses. It can be a custody order for a failure to appear, or from allegedly absconding from home. And so a young people is going to a place where they feel safe, and then police are essentially saying, this is not a safe place for you. So custody order should be something that it should be off limits for on school grounds.
Okay, and thank you for that. And I'm over my time, and I'm also on the clock on this markup that I need to be at. So I appreciate your all's testimony and engagement in this conversation.
But I think that's a dangerous discussion to have without real data when you're talking about the custody orders.
I'd be happy to provide examples of times that I have represented families of children who've been arrested in the district. I've been doing this work for the last 7 years. Councilmember Henderson mentioned robbery. I represented a case of a 12-year-old Black child who was accused of robbery in a DCPS school because he took a friend's watch, said, "Ha, I have your watch." Then he gave it back the next period. He was taken to the office. He was involuntarily transferred for committing an illegal offense, and that was robbery. Another example, Samantha Davis mentioned the weapons count. And I think weapons sound so scary. These are a couple weapons I have represented kids in, and these were kids who were suspended for 45 days. We had formal suspension hearings before an administrative law judge. A Hello Kitty keychain because the ear is too sharp. I had a case where a child had thrown a pizza crust of a slice over a 16-foot fence towards a principal. He was charged with an illegal fence, tier 5, using an object that's not normally considered a weapon as a weapon. So those are a few examples. There was a child arrested at Alice Steele Middle School not too long ago, and she was perp walked after being handcuffed after having her shoelaces taken out in the front office, and she was pulled related to a discipline on a discipline incident on a completely different day. So imagine like days after you think the incident's resolved, and an administrator comes and pulls you out of class and says, "Hey, we need to talk to you." Walking into an office, being confronted by two police officers who tell you to take off your jewelry and take off your, shoelaces because you're being arrested. No one's calling the parents, and then perp walking her through the middle school. And related to the transparency and accountability, I have never been able to get a copy of that videotape. I think it's a large reason why I was able to reduce the suspension, because they did not want to provide that videotape, which is why transparency is so critical.
I think Councilmember Henderson I think she's toggling between hearings or markups. So I want to thank each of you for your testimony. And again, if you testified but haven't submitted your statement, please do that. I've gotten a few since I had made that request earlier, so appreciate it. Thank you all. And I'm going to call, you're all dismissed, and I'm going to call the next group. Amoni Mullins, who's a student, Benjamin Davis, who's with Eastern High School, LaShawn Hall, Sean Williams, Sean Williams, Maya Walker, who's with Black Swan Academy, Mary Bala, who's a Ward 8 teacher, Ronald Moten, Seema Gawani, Russell Stevens, who's with Security Assurance Management, Inc., Tamika Benson, who's with Black Swan Academy, and Jamal Jones, who's with Empower Ed. Pause a moment while folks are being let in. Is Amoni Evans here? Benjamin Davis, I see you. If you could turn on your camera and unmute and speak, testify.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and the committee as a whole for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Benjamin Davis. I'm an assistant principal at Eastern High School, the pride of Capitol Hill. I'd also like to thank Principal Saul Brown, principal of Eastern, for allowing me to address this committee. Principal Brown likes to say that it's important that we listen to those people who are closest to the work. Today, that person is me. So I hope you not only listen, but hear my statement. The DC Police Reform Commission's recommendation of eliminating the School Safety Division, specifically the School Resource Officer Program, is wrong. Section 3(1)A's recommendation shows a disconnect between the problems students face and the solutions that need to be implemented. My time is limited, so I want to frame my argument in 3 parts: why my voice is credible, what the commission got wrong, and then what the School Safety Division and the SRO program does right. My voice is credible because I'm closest to this work. I spent the last 15 years working in public education in the district. I believe that Black lives matter. I believe that institutional racism has led to systemic racism in our society. I believe that systemic racism and bias exists in public education. I have spent 16 years living in Ward 7 and 8. I'm the father of 2 Black sons, and I understand that my white privilege cannot protect them from negative and potentially lethal encounters with law enforcement. However, what the commission missed is that our school resource officers work with us to push back against systemic racism and bias that target our youth. Every schoolyard tussle or challenge against authority should not be a call to dispatch the police. However, frequently, bias, both unconscious and conscious, leads to members of the community, parents, and even school staff calling 911 for school-based incidents. By removing SROs from schools and relying on officers from the section to respond to calls of service, we'll see a dramatic increase in juvenile arrests and an increase in negative interactions between young people and the police. The School Safety Division, led by Commander Culligan, is and has been focused on reducing juvenile arrests, building relationships, and helping schools mediate conflicts. I want to tell you a little story. We have a 9th grade student who has recently started coming in person to in-person learning at Eastern. This student struggled terribly with virtual learning. She was failing all of her classes. Because of the pandemic, she never met me or any of her teachers. She had zero connection to the Eastern community. At the end of her first day back to school, as she was exiting the building, she encountered our school resource officers on post for safe passage. She yelled with delight when she saw them, and she engaged in air high fives, and she told them she was excited to be back in school again, promising that she would turn her grades around. You see, this young lady didn't have a connection with the Eastern community, at least not yet, but she did know our SROs that also worked her middle school. She knew them because middle school was hard for her. She got in lots of arguments, lots of fights, and she didn't do well in classes. However, our SROs were her SROs, and they sat in mediations with her, spoke to her mom about issues going on in the community, and took an interest in her life and her success. The young lady that I'm speaking of has not missed a day of class since. She comes to school, she comes to Saturday school, she's never had a crossword with a peer or a staff member, and she's working hard to make up for missing the first half of the year. That's the force multiplier that school resource officers add to a building. That's the work they've already been doing. That's why they can't be replaced by expanding trauma training, adding additional social workers, or putting more violence interrupters on the street. That's what it means to be close to the work. I appreciate your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Assistant Principal Davis. LaShawn Hall? Sean Williams? Is Sean Williams here? Maya Walker? Mary Bala?
I'm here. Good afternoon, and Committee of the Whole. My name is Mary Bala. I am a 13-year veteran of DC Public Schools and a Ward 8 resident. The majority of my teaching experience has been in Ward 8, most recently at Ballou High School. I'm here today to ask that all forms of police are removed from DC public and public charter schools. As a teacher, I have witnessed police presence in our schools to be counterproductive in achieving public safety. It traumatizes our young people and has proven ineffective, discriminatory, and damaging to our school communities. Countless times, I have seen MPD and SROs do more harm than good by their involvement with students. Having police presence in-house does not facilitate de-escalation or foster a safe learning space. Rather, it creates an environment that is threatening to our most vulnerable students and directly contributes to the school-to-prison pipeline. In order to create a truly safe school environment that supports all of our students, I'm asking that we re-envision school safety measures in the following ways. Divest from all forms of police in DC public schools, including DC police officers and security officers contracted through MPD. Prevent OSSI from calling the police on students. Prohibit all MPD and SROs from doing wellness checks, home visits, or picking up truant youth. Invest in additional school-based positions focused on student well-being, including counselors, social workers, and psychologists, meeting or exceeding ratios for national best practices. Expanding and improving in-school programming to support students' mental health. Building staff and teacher capacity by providing professional development opportunities around mediation, conflict resolution, and de-escalation techniques. Implementing restorative justice and trauma-informed practice trainings for all stakeholders. Provide high-quality community engagement and community building events based on school community needs. And expanding and improving after-school programs. Our young people's experience of the police is vastly different from yours or mine. Our students see the murders of Jaquan Young, Marquise Alston, Jeff Price, Deon Kay, and Karan Hilton, young men who look like them from their communities, and recognize that those MPD officers face no consequence for taking their lives. The emotional toll of the current unrest in our country, coupled with the inescapable police presence in students, schools, and communities, contribute to deep trauma and fear that we have the power to address at its root cause. I urge you to consider what you would want for your own children, for children that you love and want what's best for, and remove all police and contract security from our schools in the district and reallocate those funds to truly serve our young people. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Ron Mo.
How you doing, Councilman Mendelson? I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to testify about this very important issue. I have mixed opinions about it, but I must be honest based upon my experience in doing this work. And I'm gonna go back to Ballou Senior High School since a lot of people talked about it, because I was working in Ballou Senior High School when we took returning citizens and went in the hallways and cleared the building up when everybody was scared to go to Ballou. And it was not a good place for people to be at the time. After that, you saw the school resource officers come. And I must say that most of it was due diligence, because there weren't just any officers going in the school. There were officers who wanted to be in the school, but officers who also fit the profile and had relationships and wanted to work with children. So I think it's a little disingenuous to make it seem like the police officers who go in these schools are bad people. I know there still needs to be reform in Washington, D.C., just like other cities. But when we criminalize the whole police department, especially people like Officer Buckner, who any child who went to Ballou Senior High School would tell you that if you got locked up by Officer Buckner, which was rare, that you deserved it, because they know that Officer Buckner went out his way to ensure that children didn't get locked up, but better yet, even get killed. He would go out his way, so they knew what he was there for. The other thing I want to say, when we talk about public safety, a lot of things that happened then are not happening now. They're coming back to that because we went 8 years without doing the work in the community. But Rockman Branch, who was the principal at Ballou, had a connection with the intervention workers. And I can't tell you how many times with him and the police department that we prevented things from happening, from not sending young people to jail, but the communication. The communication that something happened in a club on the weekend with some young people from your school, call the principal, and they would have the young people in the office waiting on us, and we would stop it from escalating to something different. But a lot of times the police were needed, right? And not to lock people up, but just like another reinforcement of we here if you need some additional help. We assure you that we're here to take care of it. There are programs that kind of remind me of the Officer Friendly program. Like when I think about the program DC Stars, that we need more of, because when we got rid of the Officer Friendly program, it kind of killed the relationship with the police and the community. I'm not talking about a lot of this fabricated stuff. I'm talking about real officer friendly when people really love the police. And the DC Stars program with DOES, with the Department of Youth Services, the summer program, it was voted the best program of 2018 because the youngins love it. The young people loved it. So we got to find ways, how do we make this work? How do we have a moral compass on both sides? Because the interrupters, trust me, I'm one of the people who help create this stuff. They don't want to be the police. So when you start saying interrupters doing the police job or insinuate that they're going to do the police job, you're getting it twisted. You got it all wrong, because that's not the model. So you pushing a model that you don't even really understand, because it's not the interrupter's job to be the police. And it's not the police job to be the interrupters, even though they can do some of the same things. So I think we really had to sit back, and we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater like we did 10 years ago after we had 4 straight years of violence decreasing in our schools and in the community. Then we got rid of everything that was some of the things that were helping with that. So I just want to be clear that it would be a drastic mistake. And I'm gonna say this, like, are we really looking at what's happening in our community? Every song our young people listen to is about a gun on the radio. 1 minute the radio station is saying stop the violence, the next minute they playing NBA Youngboy and he talking about his chopper, which is the most powerful gun our youngins can access right now, is undefeated on the radio. Every song is talking about them using Percocets. So a lot of our young people coming to school, if you talk to the principals, they'll tell you half of them coming there high. They will tell you this. So they come in there high, they come in there with weapons sometimes and all these other things, And you're right, they do need more mental health. They do need more counseling, all these things. But because they need all that, do you do what we just did when we said we don't want to bring more police officers, over 200 police officers in from our communities, from our schools, who have empathy, who can relate to the children? We move too fast on this stuff. And we have people who don't really be in our community. They come from an analytical book perspective, but they don't know the real time stuff. They don't understand what people are really going into, because the people in our community, they have a problem with the way they're being policed, but they do want somebody to keep them safe. And it takes a whole village, including people with authority, to keep everybody safe. And that's what I basically have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Moten. Mr. Moten, are you testifying on behalf of yourself or an organization?
Don't mute DC.
Okay. Maya Walker.
Hi, thanks, Councilmember Chairman. Give me just a second. Hi, my name is Maya Walker, and I'm testifying as a representative of Black Swan Academy. In my role as policy and advocacy manager, I work directly with young people to advance policies and practices that support their visions and needs. I recognize that schools are nothing without the young people that fill them. As such, it is important that the schools be built up through the leadership and guidance of young people. This testimony is in full support of dismantling school policing infrastructure, culture, and practice, ending school militarization and surveillance, and building a new liberatory education system. The council's decision to move the school security contract from MPD to DCPS was a good start to reimagining actual safety for youth. However, this action is synonymous to handing someone a Band-Aid for a gaping wound. Reform is simply not enough. We must continue to reimagine safety and support for youth with the evidence-based models and public health approaches our youth need. For those who have hesitancies around removing police from schools, we must ask why we are so tied to a system that reinforces white supremacy. Policymakers must acknowledge the ongoing detriment police presence poses to Black students' mental well-being and sense of safety in schools. No matter how strong the relationship is between principals and SROs, it will never change the fact that the history of policing is racist, or that young people will always be the ones that are over-policed. This undoubtedly influences a young person's ability to thrive in schools and life. DCPS notes that they have worked to remove SROs from all schools by instead implementing a cluster model for SROs. Under this model, SROs are assigned to a group of schools instead of just one. Supposedly, no single SRO is stationed at one school or there all day unless they're assigned a specific role. I take issue with this as a model and question why we need to rely on SROs in any capacity. The clause around being assigned a specific role fails to challenge the system of policing. Schools will, time and time again, work to find justifications for roles SROs might fill, like monitoring metal detectors or assisting with safe passages. Reimagining school safety without the presence of police is not radical. Models for school safety that do not center police already exist. Here in DC, a similar model can be provided a similar model can be used to provide more mental health resources, more counselors, and more mentors. We know that for many young people, school is the only place where they can access mental health counseling and support. As this pandemic continues, we are already seeing school districts either making or anticipating significant cuts as a result of budget shortfalls. We can't ignore the needs of students. While DCPS has made some investments in mental health services, it is important that resources be allocated in a way that addresses the trauma and behavioral health needs of all students, not just the needs of students with disabilities or those who were already using these services before the COVID-19 pandemic as it now stands. Instead of offering systemic changes, DCPS and the council have historically pushed for training and the formation of a work group to reimagine school safety. To date, both the training and the formation of work groups are underway, but until these initiatives are community-led, they're going to result in practices that still reinforce policing. Any training needs to be rooted in trauma-informed practices and needs to have input from communities across all 8 wards, but especially wards east of the river that are most subject to violence in schools. I am currently a member of this working group to revision school safety and continue to question how this will be a space to reimagine safety for young people. To think that real changes or sound recommendations will come out of 6 monthly meetings is of great concern. as is the timeline and lack of collaboration across the members. Accountability measures need to be built into these initiatives to ensure that these are actually changing the systems of policing in schools. It is one thing to say that you've done something and another to have proof that it led to tangible changes. I implore the council to follow along with the recommendations from the Police Reform Commission and the larger community to think through how students can feel safe in schools without the use of policing infrastructure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Seema Gawani, and I have a note to swear you in, but we generally don't swear folks in. Do you need to be sworn in?
My understanding is because I'm a government witness, the expectation is that because I'm representing the Office of the Attorney General, that I should be sworn in. That's what I was told by our legislative director.
Yeah, I know. The Attorney General's office has been well trained by the Judiciary Committee, but Committee of the Whole hasn't sworn people in for years unless we're angry, and I'm not angry at you at the moment.
At the moment.
Why don't you proceed?
Thank you. Thank you for having this hearing, Chairman Mendelson, and we are honored to participate. I am Special Counsel for Juvenile Justice Reform and Chief of the Restorative Justice Section at the Office of the Attorney General. My name is Seema Gajwani, and I'm proud to represent OAG and Attorney General Carl Racine at this hearing. Upon taking office in 2015, Attorney General Racine was keenly focused on disrupting the school to prison pipeline in the district. And so to address this, we began by analyzing 3 years of data relating to arrests made on school grounds during school hours. And what we found in that analysis was that school arrests were concentrated in a limited number of middle and high schools, that most arrests were for low-level offenses, mostly simple assaults, and that 40% of the cases were not prosecuted by our office. We also looked at research which suggested that being handcuffed and arrested on school grounds, potentially in view of other students and school personnel, could be deeply stigmatizing and humiliating and could lead to poor attendance or truancy because of that humiliation and stigma. In some cases, it could even be traumatic. We were also cognizant that being arrested at school is seen by some as a rite of passage, and that could reduce a child's healthy fear of being in the system. And this is especially likely where almost half of the arrests that were made in schools resulted in dismissals by prosecutors. And so youth involved in the juvenile justice system also, we find, have worse rates of high school graduation, involvement in criminal behavior and substance abuse as compared to similarly situated youth for similar behaviors who were turned away from the juvenile justice system. All children need to feel safe in school, to learn, to grow, and to critically make mistakes. What this data showed us is that a police presence in school does not necessarily make children feel safer. It's not necessarily good for outcomes for children. And in some cases, the presence of police can make them feel less safe. The arrests of students in schools is inflicted largely on Black and Brown children, and we don't see a significant public safety benefit to that. To craft effective and enduring solutions, we of course need to hear from those who are most affected by these policies, including students themselves, their parents, and their teachers and principals. But we also must engage with our law enforcement partners. So I'm pleased to tell you that OAG and MPD are in discussions about reducing police presence and activity in schools, and the conversations have been productive and fruitful, and we'll continue to work with MPD to ensure that children are safe in schools. But we begin with the fundamental proposition that police presence and arrests in schools should be rare. In the larger conversation, OAG offers 3 suggestions for maintaining school safety while limiting law enforcement and court involvement for students. First, our suggestion is that for target middle schools and high schools that seek it, we should expand community-based violence interruption programs for those schools. These violence interrupters can intervene in, de-escalate, and resolve conflicts that sometimes spill over from communities into schools and sometimes from schools into communities in the same way that they work in school and communities. Second, we should invest in high quality training of the existing school behavior staff. And third, we should support schools in building out their own broader internal disciplinary functions and infrastructure. So first, schools need to deal with serious conflict. And for those small number of schools with persistent issues of serious conflict and violence, we should give them the opportunity to use community-based violence interruption programs. What would be ideal is if the school personnel and principals are involved in the process with the community-based organizations that do violence interruption in the hiring of the violence interrupters who would work at their schools, that there be dedicated people from these community-based organizations to work in schools more consistently and reliably than community-based violence interrupters. What violence interrupters bring is credibility, lived experience, and a passion for service and peace to their work with young people. The Cure Violence Global Program in other jurisdictions have established robust school-based programs with staff assigned to schools in the target neighborhoods. So that is a part of a model that we could look into. And there is some work that's already being done through the ONE's office to expand their violence interruption program. Second, I would we would suggest at OAG that the existing personnel, behavior personnel at schools be provided with high quality training. There are oftentimes lots of school-based discipline people who work through the Dean of Discipline. I remember working at Ballou Senior High School and they were called behavior techs. They can be really effective at mediating disputes and addressing conflicts. They are not, however, therapists or social workers. They don't wear uniforms, they don't carry guns. They could be provided with more training in de-escalation. There are some training programs that we could recommend that provide really high quality cognitive behavioral therapy training to line workers. And finally, long-term, schools need to be supported in building out improved in-school disciplinary infrastructure programs like restorative justice and other youth-based mediation and restorative justice programs. Where that happens, schools are more likely to be able to reduce conflict between students and with adults in the building and contribute to a climate in which there is less conflict and violence long-term. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gajwani. And we don't have a copy of your statement, if you could make sure we get that.
It has been emailed to you today. Hopefully your staff has it and can share it with you.
Yeah, we don't have it. We'll poke around, but maybe you
I can resend it.
Please. Send it to cow.dccouncil.us. COW for community of the whole. Thank you. Russell Stevens. Russell Stevens. I see a conference room. I do not hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee.
My guess is that you have more than one laptop that's open and that's why you're getting this reverberation.
Okay.
Everybody needs to mute.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can all hear you, but there's a lot of reverberation.
No, you can't hear me.
As I said, if there's, since it looks like there's a group of you, if there's more than one microphone, more than one laptop that's on, you're going to get that reverberation. I'm hopeful you can get this straightened out quickly.
Was Sean Williams called?
Not yet, but don't go anywhere. Mr. Simmons. Stevens, Mr. Stevens. Why don't we come back to you? I'll recognize Sean Williams and then I'll come back to Mr. Stevens. Sean Williams,
Yes, sir.
please proceed.
Yes, sir. My name is Sean Williams. I am a former student of DC Public Schools, a graduate of Eastern Senior High School, class of 2006. I just want to address the safety aspect and the mentorship aspect that I've received from being a part of the DC public school system and how DC police have shaped my future endeavors and things of that nature. I'll start off by saying that my high school years were very troublesome. I was going through a lot in-house, as every student would. Well, not every student, but most students would, looking for somebody to mentor them, to teach them things, to give them that security that children actually want to be around them if they could not find it in their school teachers. I was able to find that in my SRO, Officer Andre Smallwood. And with this SRO during those years, I've seen them be very maneuverable within the system, whether it's mentorship, whether it's just, making sure that children aren't acting crazy in the hallways, just really just helping out teachers. They were very dependable during that time. I'm not really sure how things are in 2021. I mean, I'm all the way in Fayetteville, and I too now am a teacher in Cumberland County schools. But SROs were very effective when it came to children like me because of the time that that officer took to talk to me, to make sure that I was doing the right things, to make sure that, I was okay at the house. He had no idea I was going through things, but he fed me. He made sure I had prom and made sure that I didn't have to worry about anything my senior year. This is the reason why I'm speaking today, because he's still doing the same things. Years after, I was able to meet up with him this year, and he's still doing these same things that would change the mindset of somebody who would feel like nobody cares. So I'm speaking on behalf of the fact that there are still some great benefits to having that police present, because I felt safe. Eastern back then, there was a fight that was breaking out every other some odd week, but it was nothing so detrimental to the point no one felt safe. I know for the school district that I'm working at, SROs are very effective. And so I leave with this statement of saying that if it wasn't for Officer Andre Smallwood, I probably wouldn't know what I'd be doing because of him. I mean, he found a way to connect with me. And I found a way to be effective because of it, because someone like him believed I can do more than what I was given. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Russell Stevens, are you ready? I'm seeing somebody shake their head no. I'm not hearing anything. So I'm going to move to the next witness. Tamika Benson. Is she here? No. Jamal Jones.
Yes, I am here.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So greetings, Chairman Middleton. My name is Jamal Jones. You've actually come to a couple of different events from me, from my presentation with DCPS teams. My presentation with Empower Ed in relation to restorative justice in schools, as well as the Strengthening Communities Coalition, where we're talking about the school-based mental health services. So to give more of a bit of a context about who I am, my name is Jamal Jones. I reside in Ward 7. I work in Ward 8 at the Academy of Hope School for Adults, and I am a special education teacher by trade. I'm also a member of the Strengthening Families Coalition. I'm also a member of Empower Ed on the Equity and Justice team as a co-chair. I am also a part of DCP's team on the Restorative Justice and Nonviolent Communication Edge, and as well as the Insight on the Inside, which is a mindfulness meditation group for inmates and returning citizens. So I have not submitted any formal written essay because I really hate restating things that people have already said. And so I tend to make sure that whatever I say is more in reflection, both of what's already been said and what comes up for me. I will say that the main things I do want to establish is that there are at least 6 different sections related from the report that I agree with. Section 1's recommendation 1, more so about the coalition or the recreation of response teams, more so a cahoots model. Also recommendation 6 regarding to domestic violence responders. As a survivor of domestic violence, I definitely believe that having a police officer there was not helpful. I had 6 different officers in my house, and then quite frankly, it just didn't necessarily make that situation any safer. So section 6 under, or recommendation 6 under section 1 regarding to domestic violence responders is definitely agreed with me, as well as the recollection of dispatch. And that is section 1, recommendation 8. The big one I do want to get into before I lose track of anything else is recommendation 1 under section 3, which is dismantle the school policing infrastructure and replace it with a holistic public health approach to school safety, crisis intervention that's relational, racially just, restorative, trauma responsive, and trauma informed. As you already know, we, as a part of the school or Strengthening Families Coalition, we are requesting the $6.4 million for mental health services in the remaining 80 schools. That number may change when the mayor releases the new budget. But the primary thing I want to take away is that schools themselves are communities, and I want to heavily emphasize that SROs are human beings who are also a part of that community. I don't want to get into this polarization of whether or not police are good or bad, because quite frankly, everyone here, from either the friendly antidotes and the antidotes of really great relationships to a lot of relationships that are very negative. Because of the highly contrasting juxtaposition of this, I want to identify that these community members have a role inside schools. However, right now, that structure that exists puts more responsibility on them than that is realistically able to hold. When I met with the head of the SRO organization, or at least the department, he mentioned that policing is the last hat that he wants to wear. And honestly, from these reflections, it's very clear that the relationships that they have are the central to it, but it doesn't have to be an SRO that has that relationship. Any school teacher could have a good relationship. Any staff person, any cafeteria worker, anybody inside of a school should have a good relationship. And so the focus should be making sure that the staffs inside the school have the skills, whether it be violence or crisis de-escalation techniques, violence interruption, or restorative circles processes. Those are the skills that anybody can take to have a role and have a relationship with kids, and those need to be prioritized. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I'm going to assume that we're not going to get testimony from Mr. Stevens, or maybe he just seems to have appeared in a different. Russell Stevens, is that you, and are you ready?
Chairman Mendelson, can you hear me now? Yeah, I'm mute.
I am hearing.
Are you able to hear me?
Just heard you ask a question.
Are you able to hear me at this time?
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready. And I do apologize about the delay. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Russell Stevens, President of Security Assurance Management, referred to simply as SAM. SAM is a DC certified business enterprise that is the current contractor providing security for DC public schools. With me in the room are Willie Cromartie, Security Project Manager, and two of our experienced DC security officers with seniority ranging between 15 to 20 years. As of today, we have an available school security workforce of 400 unarmed security officers. Nearly 70% of this workforce is made up of DC residents, most of whom are women, female. The focus of my testimony is to share with the committee the value of interaction between our frontline security workforce, DCPS administrative staff, students, parents, and MPD school resource officers, SROs. We work cohesively to maintain a school environment that is safe and orderly. All of us have an important role to make this happen based on our familiarity with the school environment. Our security officers assigned to the DCPS contract are licensed and have received and met the training requirements on how to respond and address various incidents or situations. The communication link between our security officers and the SROs are critical to addressing bullying, gang activity, potential violence, safe passage, and truancy, to name a few. We are following the lead of DCPS in the development of additional training for the upcoming school year. Depending on the type and seriousness of an incident, our security officers follow established protocols. Response time is critical to the safety of those involved in the event of an emergency or de-escalating situation. There have been numerous occasions when a school resource officer has taken control of a situation that may require actions outside the authority of our security officers. From our perspective, the presence of a school resource officer is invaluable and potentially life-saving. Thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective on this important issue, and we are available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Can we get a copy of your statement, please?
We sent it already, but we will resend it.
All right, thank you. I have a question for Ms. Gajwani and then a question for Ms. Bala. Ms. Gajwani, you included in your testimony that several years ago, the Office of the Attorney General looked at data over, I think, 3 years of arrests made on school grounds. 47% were not prosecuted by your office. Most of them were simple assault. How many cases were there?
I believe that over the course of 2.5 to 3 years, there were approximately 400 cases, between 360 and 400 cases that we found of arrests made on school grounds. our data was not perfect because we had to input the addresses of schools and try and cross-check that with the addresses that were on the arrest records. But that was a good approximation, though not perfect, of the arrest, likely.
But then would that include an arrest that might have been after hours on the school property, or an arrest on the street in front of the school that was not technically in the school?
Right. So we did try and account for the school hours because we could look at the arrest time. But as you suggest, it was not a perfect assessment because of things like not being able to know if the arrest was made within the school building or in front of the school building.
My other question is 47% of the cases were not prosecuted by your office. Does that mean 47% of the cases your office declined to prosecute? Or does that mean that the cases were brought by the U.S. Attorney or some other way?
It could be any of those things, likely given the severity of the offense. Most of those cases would not have been eligible for Title 16 and the U.S. Attorney's prosecution. Our office can decline to prosecute cases or to petition cases for various reasons, some of which involve the legal sufficiency of the facts that are presented to us. Sometimes it is because there is an alternative response that we think is appropriate, like a diversion to, for instance, the ACE diversion program at DHS, or because the level of behavior, the behavior that was at issue was so minor that the prosecuting screener felt like it was an inappropriate use of the juvenile justice system.
No, that makes sense. But I heard you say that likely most of them were not Attorney General cases.
Likely most of them were not the U.S. Attorney's Office, so the federal prosecutor. So they were mostly appropriate for OAG prosecution and local prosecution at the Office of the Attorney General. It would be the case that the offense would have to be very serious in order for the U.S. Attorney's Office, our federal counterparts, to use the Title 16 provision that would allow them to prosecute that child as an adult.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Balla.
Yes, Chairman Mendelson.
You are a teacher at Ballou, and you were very clear that you think that the SROs are counterproductive, do more harm than good. How do you reconcile your view with testimony, for instance, by the assistant principal who's on this panel, or by Mr. Moten, who spoke specifically of Ballou?
Sure. So most recently, Ballou Senior High School, but I have served in several capacities in other Ward 8 schools. So I have specific experiences outside of Ballou as well. And hi, Mr. Davis. Hi, Mr. Moten. Good to see you. So I think that this rhetoric around SROs is specifically problematic because we're saying that the presence or absence of an SRO is going to create a difference for hundreds of students. And we know that that is just not the case. And I have wonderful relationships with a lot of SROs that I've worked with in school buildings, admire them, certainly are parts of the community, have wonderful relationships with students and ongoing relationships with students. However, as we're moving forward in what's best for students, and specifically we're talking about over-policed and increasingly criminalized Black and Brown students, and specifically young men, we need to think about how are we providing the services that they need. And it is not one SRO position. It is not one officer in uniform. We're talking about larger programming. We're talking about trauma responsive practices throughout our systems, because that is really a recipe for failure, right? We can't have one individual tasked with supporting an entire community.
So then I misunderstood your testimony. You weren't so much condemning SROs as being harmful as you were saying that there are some alternatives that would be more beneficial.
Absolutely. There are police, and specifically MPD and SROs have no business in our schools. And I say that from the perspective of a Ward 8 teacher as well as resident, that those funds, that energy, those human resources, so those SROs that are absolutely wonderful at their job, those behavior techs we were mentioning, we have some incredibly talented folks in the Ward 8 school communities that need the opportunity to be able to truly give students what they need, right? And that's a positive educational experience. And SROs and MPD, contract security, in their current form have no place within our public schools.
Let me see if my colleague is still here. I don't think so. Mr. Moten, you look like you were getting wound up to say something.
Yeah, once again, I just want to go back, just from being somebody on the ground who sees a lot of this stuff from a different lens. It's good to talk about what our children don't deserve, but I'm gonna go back to what I see in my world. I mean, I see the children in a lot of these fatherless homes who need all the services that she was just talking about. But at the same time, there needs to be a lot of attention put on preventive from more, like, I agree with probably 80% of 90% of everybody said who's against the SROs, because what they're saying is true. But at the end of the day, we know that there are young people who are listening to and pressure to bring guns to schools, knives to schools. Let's take the guns out. Are we looking at the data of how many people have been stabbed in DC over the last 3 years? Have died from being stabbed over the last 3 years, have been cut, assaulted? We don't even talk about that. We just talk about guns. So when we start talking about violence that's happening in our schools and the things that people on the ground are seeing, the things that we're seeing today are not normal. And we have to make sure that people are safe. Like, I guarantee you, nobody who's advocating to take the police out of the schools is somebody who's lost a child in Washington, D.C. I can guarantee you that. I would bet $1 million that nobody has lost a child. And when you go and talk to parents who's lost a child, I guarantee you 90% of them are saying that we need to make sure our children are safe in more ways than one. And SROs, if trained properly, right, and come from our community, like the cadet program would have brought them from our community, right? Then they have the empathy, they have the culture competence and the love for our community to do the job the way it should be done. And when you just say just get rid of something without really testing your data, because I've seen a lot of things that you are talking about, send young people to DYRS and then they come out here and commit murders because you didn't listen to the people on the ground who said, let's do this right with the people. Not lock them up forever, but when a young person is telling you that I'm gonna carry my gun everywhere I go until y'all fix this, then boom. So if you got young people walking around thinking like that, the interrupter can try to work on that person, but until the interrupter gets to that person's heart, soul, and mind, who's gonna make sure that person doesn't come into school with a gun? And that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you. I do not have any other questions for you all. And
Chairman Mendelson, can I say one more thing?
You're going to? Yes.
Thank you. Hi, I just want to know, my name is Maya, Black Swan Academy. I just want to know, I really want to lift up a lot of the things that have been said around removing police from schools. And I think that it seems to be that a common thing that keeps coming up is around, well, there are like those good SROs. And I think that anytime that we're like pulling police officers or school resource officers out and making them exceptionary is kind of creating this thing that is not allowing us to address the system for what it is. I also think that a lot of it is kind of putting a lot of pressure on the people who are doing school security things to be like that good cop. And I think what really we can kind of highlight and look at is the ways in which like people are being asked to do these roles of caring and supporting. And actually, they shouldn't be doing those roles. There are people that can be doing those roles much better. And those are people like school security officers and things. And what we actually need to invest in is is like a pipeline where people can be supported in career development and things. And I know that the cadet program was lifted up. And I think that that is not an option. Essentially what that does is funnel people resources into the school to prison pipeline. And I think that instead what we actually need is positions that are outside of the police that are for Black and brown communities to kind of lift up and support young people. And those things can be like counselors and some of the other positions, violence interrupters, some of the other positions that people have mentioned throughout this call. And I think I also want to just make note that I think there is just so many resources that are given to the police and given to SROs. And I think that my one recommendation, I tried to highlight it in my testimony, but I think it's really important that we're not just like taking this model of policing and applying it to everywhere and then changing the name of it and saying, oh, well, this isn't policing, this is a school cluster model, or this isn't an SRO, this is like a counselor who is still part of like MPD, but maybe is coming to us in this capacity as a school resource officer. So I think that any recommendations that we go forth, I think the Police Reform Commission really outlined some great recommendations. And I think moving forward, we just need to be mindful that we are not just like taking something as like blanket value and actually analyzing like, how is this challenging the school to prison pipeline? How is this challenging an infrastructure that has long-term been built on policing? And what are we actually going to do? And I think that, again, calls for like the re-envisioning school safety working groups that are happening. I think that that really needs to be a space where communities and especially people in Ward 7 and 8 are given the opportunity to kind of weigh in on what their thoughts are about all of this. I think that that space has definitely been a space that is there's a lot of like ambition that can come out of that space. And I also think that there needs to be attention and special focus given to recruiting people from Ward 7 and 8 that can kind of weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to let you have the last word. So I want to thank each of you for your testimony and your time as well. You all are excused, and I'm going to turn now to Brenda Elliott, who's the Chief of School Improvement and Supports with the Columbia Public Schools.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, my sound went out for a minute, I think, when they were pulling me over. Chairman Mendelson, are you ready for me to speak?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council and staff. I am Dr. Brenda Elliott, Chief for the Office of School Improvement and Supports for DC Public Schools, and I'm honored to testify before you today on school security and DCPS. DCPS is deeply committed to becoming a school district that is anchored in equity and centered on developing the whole child. We aim to create the conditions that allow all classrooms to support each child in their holistic development so that students know their worth, discover their interests and passions, and develop skills and identities. So we work to create these nurturing and supportive learning environments. We know that revisioning school security is critical, and DCPS appreciates the council's support and partnership in this effort. I am pleased to provide an update on our comprehensive work with a focus on how DCPS has invested in mental health supports, trauma responsive practices, and the restorative age-appropriate responses to student behaviors. I will also address shifts in school security, where we have focused on seeking feedback and refining our approach with stakeholders, adjusting the school security budget with inputs from schools, and training contracts guards to practices that reinforce our approach to safety and positive schools. In our comprehensive work and on our focus in school security, we are continuously mining for equity and implicit bias and systemic racism in order to push the appropriate levers to address racial gaps and outcomes. I'll begin with our comprehensive work. First, DCPS has made significant investments in mental health resources. According to findings from the 2019-2020 DCPS Learning from Home survey, families indicated that mental health supports was one of the greatest needs for students, especially during the public health emergency. DCPS continues to invest in school-based mental health as evidenced by the 486 school social workers, school psychologists, and school counselors it employs. Furthermore, the mayor's investment in the school mental health expansion has resulted in 89 community-based providers and 38 Department of Behavioral Health clinicians providing increased access to mental health supports. In total, DCPS has 605 mental health providers serving our schools, meeting the national recommended ratios for school social work and school psychology. Additionally, during the public health emergency, DCPS invested in additional training and capacity building for our staff. Second, trauma-responsive practices have been a key focus to improve social-emotional well-being of all students. DCPS has been using trauma-responsive and healing-informed practices since 2011. Amidst the challenges of the twin pandemics of a global health emergency and increased incidents of racism and racial violence, DCPS launched 5 non-negotiable trauma-responsive school practices in all of our schools. They are, number 1, building relational trust; 2, greeting each student daily with positive and affirming language; 3, addressing staff wellness; 4, providing opportunities and spaces to provide emotional regulation; and 5, teaching, modeling, and reinforcing school-wide behavior expectations for students and adults. This year, all DCPS school leaders, classroom teachers, and behavioral support staff were provided training on these non-negotiables in our virtual environments. In preparation for the opening of the 2021 school year, DCPS implemented required training on the science of learning and development and trauma-responsive practices. This training focused on the impact of stress on the brain and its connection to learning, as well as school and classroom strategies that calm the brain, build a relationship, and create the conditions for strong connections and deeper learning. Third, DCPS has taken a restorative, instructive, inclusive, and age-appropriate approach to responding to student behavior. DCPS has developed coaching supports and a robust arc of training that helps schools and school teams develop their expertise in various restorative practices, including community circles, peer mediation, and formal mediations. So far, more than 1,700 staff members have participated in restorative practices since the summer of 2019. In addition, the school culture team has collaborated with school-level behavior staff to create behavioral guidance that includes an instructional component and is differentiated by grade band to ensure that responses, supports, and interventions are developmentally appropriate. To build on this foundation, DCPS is moving forward with reimagining school security and reimagining school security in safe and positive schools. Our work began with engaging stakeholders to inform the vision for safe and positive schools. Since 2019, DCPS has worked to seek and incorporate stakeholder feedback to ensure schools are safe and nurturing learning environments that support all students. This work specifically centers on the experiences of students of color who more frequently have negative experiences with law enforcement and security entities. Between November of 2020 and February of 2021, DCPS held empathy interviews and focus group discussions with more than 500 stakeholders, including 163 secondary school students across 24 campuses, 216 school leaders and school-based staff, and stakeholders from the chancellor's parent, principal, and teacher advisory boards. The key trends that we learned from our stakeholders are the need for aligned and comprehensive training for contract security, refining policies and procedures for hiring and incident response, clear and consistent expectations for all stakeholders, and making additional investments in our infrastructure, student support, and mental health services. Following the stakeholder engagement, DCPS established a Safe and Positive Schools Working Group. This group, composed of 20 internal and external stakeholders, includes students, parents, community representatives, district and school-based staff, and has a charge to lead the development of a multi-year plan for re-envisioning school security and student discipline in DCPS. This team will meet monthly through June to complete research, review feedback, and propose comprehensive solutions. The work group is on target to provide recommendations later in 2021. We are honored to be doing this work alongside our working group, which includes students, families, and community members from agencies such as the Georgetown Juvenile Justice Initiative, Yielding Hands, Black Swan Academy, and the University of District of Columbia. Through engagement with school communities, DCPS is adjusting the school security budget and contract to support investments in student well-being. During the 2021 school year, a total of $4.2 million was shifted from the traditional contracted security towards school-based emotional well-being investments. This opportunity for school leaders to invest in social emotional initiatives and strengthen student engagement was particularly impactful at a time when the virtual platform had presented challenges for many families. For example, Columbia Heights Educational Campus added a coordinator of student resources to reach out to their most vulnerable families. Burrville Elementary School expanded its focus on mindfulness practices and purchased additional yoga mats. And C.W. Harris Elementary School invested in professional development to support the implementation of positive behavior interventions and supports. At the start of this fiscal year, DCPS assumed the management of the security contract for Metro Police Department. As a part of the budget process for the 21-22 school year, DCPS gave secondary schools the opportunity to reimagine school safety in their buildings and allocated funds away from traditional contract security to more social emotional resources in their building. 18 schools across all 8 wards participated in this pilot program, and more than 500 stakeholders were engaged in order to inform this work. A total of 54 students and 126 LSAT members were engaged in the process with their schools. Approximately $1.7 million was moved out of the traditional contract security budget line items to provide additional cultural and social emotional learning supports. Examples of this include removing guards from their schools to fund additional social emotional curriculums, pathway coordinators to support academic planning, behavior techs to provide direct support to schools, and new positions like a dedicated restorative justice coordinator. We're excited to implement and learn from this pilot program next school year. DCPS is training contract security guards to support safe and positive schools. Contract security guards in our schools play an important role in ensuring safe and positive schools, as they are often the first people that our students and families interact with when they enter our campuses. With the contract under DCPS management, we can enhance the professional development we provide to our security guards. For example, we've already delivered training to all guards on trauma responsive practices. We are also planning to train guards on restorative justice practices, language access, verbal de-escalation, and cultural competencies. These trainings will not only give guards tools and techniques to respond thoughtfully when issues arrive, but they will help them to build stronger connections to our families, students, and communities. Finally, DCPS will continue to invest in equity training and development. DCPS has made significant changes that have lowered the suspension rate both at school and at the system level, especially for students of color. In 2018-19 school year, for instance, students experienced over 6,000 fewer days of lost instructional time due to out-of-school suspensions compared to the previous year. The next stage will be more thoroughly addressing the necessary adaptive changes to this long-term and complex matter. Even when students are suspended or referred for school discipline at a lower rate, we must pay attention to how adults treat students and examine implicit bias. DCPS will provide additional opportunities for educators to internalize the science of learning and development through coaching and training with clear connections to how individual biases transpire in the classroom. We will continue to examine how systemic racism and implicit biases have unintentional consequences and outcomes for young people. In closing, DCPS recognizes that keeping our schools safe is the shared responsibility of staff, students, families, and our community. While we are focused on school security today, we know that safe schools do not start or end with security or law enforcement. Instead, this begins with ensuring that schools are nurturing and supportive places where adults intentionally work with students and families to develop positive relationships and trust. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. School security is an office within DCPS. Does that come under you?
My colleague, Chief Patrick Davis, has joined the call, and school security is a division under his responsibility. So I think Patrick's popping on now as well.
Yes, I see his face.
Yep. Hey, Chairman, how's it going?
I'm fine, thank you, and yourself?
Doing well, thanks.
So then, in the line of things, Dr. Elliott, what's your chief of school improvements and supports?
Yes, sir. So for instance, I lead the work around school culture and social emotional learning. I have responsibility for the work that we do around school discipline and student behavior. I also supervise our mental health team. So our school psychologists, our social work, our trauma responsive work. In addition to that, I lead our comprehensive school planning, redesign work, and I lead our equity work in the district. So the work that we're doing now to become a whole child centered anti-racist organization, that is work that is being led by the teams that have responsibility and the honor of leading.
So roughly pages 2 and 3 of your testimony concerning mental health and social emotional well-being, all you.
Yes, and finally, I'll add the revisioning school security work, that task force. I'm also leading that task force.
I do want to ask you about that, but I was going to ask or say, so when I walk into a school and I feel like the school climate isn't quite right, like it's not as positive or affirming of the students, I should be thinking of you and maybe giving you a call, because that's your
you're certainly welcome to give me a call. That I certainly, there are, obviously a couple of overlaps between a number of the divisions in the district, but a lot of that work I have the primary responsibility to lead and develop.
So you said in your statement that there's a team working on a multi-year plan for re-envisioning school security.
Yes, sir.
Any more about that? When is this work going to be done?
Sure. So again, we began the work with gathering feedback from our stakeholders. So much of that work began in November of this year. So between November and February, we spent time in gathering feedback from our community about what they felt were the most things for us to prioritize as we revision school security. And then in February, we began the development of a team with stakeholders representing our students, our staff, family, as well as community. So we put application out and publicized that, placed that application on our website in different languages, and we're able to recruit a lot of folks across those different demographics that were interested in participating, and then narrowed the committee down to 20 people that were really, committed to really dig in and help us with that work. So we envisioned the meeting all the way through June of this year and having some key recommendations that would lead to the development of a 3-year plan.
But through June means that it won't be in time for the fall school year.
Well, there are some things we're already implementing for the fall school year. So, we certainly believe this is a longer term vision and something that want to be sure that we do our due diligence and work and research and use data to inform those decisions. We anticipate, again, the committee having a plan to us in June that, it's a 3-year plan. So from that, there are some things we feel like we may be able to lean into for the first year that may be complementary to some things we already are currently doing. But at the same time, there's a longer term vision. We know that this is not work that can happen in 1 year.
So then I'm not sure how to phrase this question. Some recommendations of the Police Reform Commission may be picked up by the work of this 20-member group.
Yes, sir. Several members of our committee spoke today, and I think in their last meeting, they actually had an opportunity to dig into that report and use that as certainly as one piece of information to inform the development of the district plan.
So are you the person to ask, or Patrick Davis, who turned off his camera, that when you say 1.7 million was moved out of the traditional contract, I don't remember what the contract value is, but it was reduced by about 4.7 million. You mentioned that in your statement, Ms. Elliott. But does this mean it's been reduced by another 1.7 million?
Yep. So the contract ranges over the past few years between 20 and 23 million. Obviously, the reduction last year took it down. But yes, this 1.7 is actually off of a $23 million projection for next year based on hourly rates. The hourly rates have gone up from previous years. They go up every year, part of the contract. So it's down 1.7 from the 23 million number. So my math there is 21 point.
I can barely follow you because you're sort of trailing off.
So yep, sorry. It's 1.7 off of the $23 million projection for next school year.
And that 1.7 has been directly reallocated to
a variety of things.
Social culture and social emotional learning supports.
Yep. So secondary schools. Go ahead, Brent.
Oh, yeah. So again, each of our secondary schools had an opportunity to work with their school community. And actually, that was part of the process. They had to engage families. They had to engage students as they thought about what they wanted to do differently. I shared in my testimony just a couple of examples. I guess one of the key shifts we see folks wanting to reduce guards and add behavior techs, folks that could be used to help de-escalate incidents with students, build relationships with them, have more of an active engaged role in our classrooms. Another strategy folks were using was to invest in additional training. So restorative practice training was one thing that we saw common. In the third bucket that I would raise is that we have introduced a position called a Restorative Practices Coordinator, and we had a number of schools to bring that position on. I'm sorry, the other one would be there are schools that are looking at positions that really support academic engagement. So we'll give you an opportunity to do more individual support for students. So those were pretty much the scope of the ways we saw schools revisioning how they might reduce guards and use those funds to support some social emotional development in our schools.
Well, that reminds me of a question that I asked of an earlier panel. Why is it that some schools have 4 officer security guards, these are the contract officers, others have 8?
Yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into it. There's enrollment, obviously, is one of the drivers, but there's the number of entrances that the school uses. So if a school uses multiple entry points, secondary schools have weapons abatement machines that were required to require students to go through. Sometimes there are multiple officers needed to person those machines. It depends on the square footage of the campus. It depends on the amount of incidents that have historically happened at the campus. So it's not just one factor that drives the amount of guards. There's a number of things that lead into how many guards get allocated.
Well, it's an answer. I don't mean to sound like I'm putting you down because I don't mean it that way. It's an answer, but I think that the challenge before us is to rethink whether we are over policing.
Yeah, one of the things in the proposal that Bren mentioned was we actually put that to the schools and asked them, here's your typical allocation of guards that you would get in a normal school year. Here's the amount of money that's associated with that allocation. Do you feel like you need to reduce your guards at your individual school? Each of our schools is different. Each dynamic is different. Each community is different. So we gave the schools the ability to think about their own school community and say, here's how we typically allocate guards to your community. You have the ability to reduce that and then reallocate to the positions and services that Bren allocated or Bren mentioned earlier. So it definitely gave schools a little more and certainly a lot more autonomy on how to use that funds and positions. So some schools reduced by 3, some schools reduced by 1, some schools opted not to reduce at all because they felt like the amount of guards they had was the right amount.
Is that the 18 schools?
Correct, yes.
Well, I like that. On the one hand, I like that. And on the other hand, I don't trust it. Now, that sounds like I'm being super critical of you, and I don't mean it that way. But, we are where we are in terms of the number of police because we wanted to get there. And then it's like suddenly we got slapped and said, whoa, wait a minute, maybe there are too many. So I think it's great to ask a principal or a school community, how many officers do you need? But I don't completely trust that because it may be that more is the answer when maybe more isn't needed.
Yeah, there was a review process. So it was not just done with schools had full, ultimately we approved the submissions, but there was a process in which schools submitted a proposal. It was reviewed by our security team. So if the school says they want to go from 8 to 0, we reviewed the data and we would have said, no, that doesn't make sense given the complexities of your school and the guards and the weapons abatement machines. So there was a checks and balances process to make sure that we had still some sort of floor of guard coverage. We also did have that floor in terms of the amount of people required to do visitor management, weapons abatement machines, because at this point, we are still planning to operate our weapons abatement machines next year, and the guards are typically the only staff members that are trained to use those machines. So there was a floor baked into it, but there was also a review process to make sure we agreed centrally based on the data from the school and community.
Do you have any research data around, I guess you're calling them weapons abatement machines? I call them magnetometers. Although I guess the conveyor belt isn't that. Do you have any research data around that either for DC or just somewhere in this country?
In terms of effectiveness?
Yeah.
I don't have any research to point to. I do know from our last sort of full school year, we did confiscate close to 200 weapons. And as we heard from the testimony earlier, that varies from things as severe as a gun to a pocket knife to other weapons, but contraband, there was almost 200 items that were confiscated during the 19th.
Yeah, but I'm more concerned about the guns than I am about the knives. And I don't want to downplay knives, but guns are more lethal than a knife.
Yeah, I don't have the number on the top of my head, but there were definitely a number of guns that were confiscated.
But even if it's 200, what's the collateral effect? I wanted to use that word collateral effect of having all this, I don't know if I want to say security or it's a little bit like, it's a little bit like a jail, that you can't go into the jail without going through all this security and going through all this weapons check. And is that really what we want to be conveying to students? And I'm thinking out loud here. If the number of guns that are found this way is like 1 out of every 200,000, maybe it's not the best approach. My staff just handed me an article, "Are medical detectors effective at making schools safer?" We can forward that to you if you want us to.
Yeah, that'd be great. But I would imagine that'll be a part of the conversation that Bren's work group leads. We just, at this point, the pilot, I think is our first step. I think we're all acknowledging that there's going to be more work to do. We want to be thoughtful about this and, not go too far without being really thoughtful about the approach. And, weapons abatement and metal detectors are certainly, are going to be part of the conversation. It's just not part of the conversation for next school year.
Well, and I appreciate wanting to be thoughtful because that's the better way to do this. On the other hand, there's some urgency. We have a budget coming up, and I think it's pretty clear that there's going to be debate within the council and from members of the public to the council about how we need to cut the school resource officers, and maybe even cut the security contract and redirect it. So there's some urgency here. That weighs against being thoughtful, even though thoughtful is the better approach. And just saying, what is a behavior tech?
So a behavior tech is a non-certified position that primarily is used in the school to support positive behavior with students. Principals use them in a number of ways. It may be one of the ways they do it is to help to address any type of student conflict. So this might be a person, if a student is having a problem with emotional regulation, controlling their emotions, the behavior tech could come to a classroom to assist, have the young person to come out of the classroom, and they do, go to a reflection room, spend some time with, some strategies to help with in reflection to help with emotional regulation. That's like the most typical way that schools are using those positions to support that, to build relationships with students. So if you have, for instance, if you have, a small group of students that typically, are having issues and challenges, in schools, maybe this is a positive principal adult that can provide mentor and support and regular check-in with those group of students and work to build, to develop that relational trust, to know that there is a champion for you in the building that cares about you and wants to help you develop strategies so that you're able to be successful and stay in your classes and succeed.
And how does their pay compare to the security officers, which I guess they're paid through the contract, so.
Well, the behavior techs are DCPS employees. I would have to follow up with you on the comparison of the pay. I don't have that information in front of you, but would be glad to follow up. But Patrick, if you want to add.
Yeah, I don't have we have the hourly rate, which includes overhead, so it's not the direct, compensation to the staff member. So I don't have the direct staff member compensation off the cuff here.
Now with the school security contract, you have it this year. Did it come to you with some details from MPD?
It did, yeah. So we've had support with 2 staff members that support with compliance checks. So they do compliance checks in the field to make sure the guards are meeting the obligations of the contract. and a few supports members to support with the bridging of the management of the contract. So we'll ultimately take over that responsibility, but given the size and magnitude of the contract, they've supported us with the day-to-day management of the contract requirements, so things like invoicing and things like that. So that did come with the detail, yeah.
So a total of how many detailees?
5 total.
5. And that's our, I think you said compliance checks and management?
Yeah.
And so what are you going to do next year? Detail again or?
No, we've started to build out the internal capacity. So we've hired a director of school security and training who works closely with Bren's team on the training aspect, but manages the day-to-day aspect of the management of the contract. And we're bringing on additional folks to support with the contract management and working with existing resources to do the compliance checks. We have a number of folks that are out in schools already. So we're utilizing them to ensure we're doing proper compliance checks of our guards when they're in the school buildings.
So you're going to, you have, or you are in the process of replacing one-for-one the detailees?
We have already started to hire. We have hired a director of school security and training, and then we're in the process of hiring additional positions.
Now that gives me a little bit of concern because I think that's where DCPS got in trouble 25 years ago, was it ended up falling short in terms of having adequate people, adequate number of people.
Certainly was not here 25 years ago,
Yes.
but we're committed to making sure we have the necessary staff to support this. It's a large contract and a large responsibility, and we take it very seriously.
So the total number of folks working on the contract right now are 5, the 5 detailees?
The details, and then we've hired a director of school security, and we are repurposing some existing FTEs to support with that as well, plus hiring additional staff.
Ms. Elliott, in your testimony, you talked about DCPS personnel receiving training in mental health. I have here mental health resources. Are the security guards or behavioral techs, I realize those are 2 very different people, are they going to be similarly trained?
Yes, so one of the things that we have done this year already is to train our security guards in our trauma responsive practices. So I mentioned we are leaning into this year, as we're faced with the twin pandemics of the health emergency, global health emergency, and increased incidents of race and racial violence. We leaned into 5 trauma responsive practices where we trained all of our staff at the beginning of the year. Then during the year, we provided similar training for all of our contract security staff. So they have received that trauma responsive training. Additionally, at the beginning of the year, we did some differentiated training for our behavior support. So one of the things that we've noticed over time with that particular groups is that they really needed like real specific, clear strategies, like what actually can I apply to the work that I'm trying to do. So we developed a series of webinars for them and then reinforced that with some additional training from our SEL and school culture team to really provide them with some strategies that like on the ground strategies that they could use, both for building that relationship building, but more specific around co-regulation or emotional regulation skills. So if I get a student, I've already, did my best to de-escalate this situation, but I'm really struggling to get this student to calm down. What are a couple of key, easy strategies that I could use with that young person to help them to get their emotions under regulation. Again, our main priority is how do we return students to class as soon as possible? How do we decrease learning loss time? And so this was one of the key things that we really leaned in with our behavior tests. Of course, I'll just have to acknowledge with us, being mostly virtual, we don't believe we're getting the full impact of the use of those strategies that we will see next year when we actually return to, full face-to-face instruction 5 days a week.
So this kind of training, is that training also being provided to the security personnel?
Yeah, so the trauma responsive training was provided to security staff during the school year.
The recognizing and addressing mental health concerns?
Oh, sure. Yes, sir. Like that is part of that. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And de-escalation techniques?
Yes.
To security as well as other school personnel?
Right. And I know some of it was provided already. I think there's the cultural competency training, the restorative practices training are trainings that we have scheduled on the books to happen this year for the security team, but those two trainings we have not yet provided to the security team.
The additional one I would add is we're also doing a Language Access Act training with our guards to make sure they're in compliance with Language Access Act.
You're reminding me of the testimony from the principal at Roosevelt, who came to the council to beg for bilingual security officers. Can you help him on that?
Yeah, we're actively working on it. It's a high priority for us. We've been engaging with the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs to increase awareness of the positions. We have reduced the requirements as part of the contract to try to get more bilingual guards to apply. So we are actively working on it. We're planning on doing hiring fairs. We were actually planning on doing multiple hiring fairs right as the pandemic hit, which ultimately got canceled. But yes, this is a high priority for us. It's important that our guards, are part of the school culture and they're able to connect with our students. And quite frankly, language is one of the main aspects of that for some of our communities. So, it's a significant priority for us, and we plan on pushing that as much as we can.
What about the Police Reform Commission's recommendation about eliminating the outsourcing of school security?
Well, we've got the contract for a year. I mean, I think that the thing we're going to learn most is from the work that Brent is leading. We're supporting with this work group about what I think the first thing we need to do is define from DCPS and DC perspective, how do we define keeping our students safe? And I think it's premature for me to commit to, removal of any sort of outsourcing or insourcing of guards until we really learn from that group, how do we define keeping students safe? And once we have that definition, and that may vary depending on the community or the school or type of school, but getting a little more clarity on how we're defining that, I think then we can shape the solution in terms of bodies and, if that's insource or outsource from that. But it's premature at this point for us to say we agree or disagree. I think we're still in the learning stages for that.
And I would agree, Patrick. I think one of the things we've realized, even as we started to engage with this working group, is that we want to be sure that our decisions are thoughtful and they're data informed, that we're not just saying, hey, let's get rid of everything without thinking through the effectiveness or other shifts that we need to make. So I think the training is something that, as we did our empathy interviews with more than 500 stakeholders, what we heard clearly from particularly our students is the need for more training for our guards. And so that is one of the key things that we've leaned in, early on. We also heard, from our students how important it is for the relationship building that they have with their guards. And so I think we really want to collect some data to see how pervasive is that a priority across schools. Because I will have to honestly say, we heard from many, many students that they had really positive relationships with the guards, that, they were like big sister, moms, brother kind of relationships, that they were very invested in their communities. So we wouldn't want to just jump and make a change without really thinking about what is the data that we have. that really helps us to inform really powerful decisions.
The current contract is, when does that expire?
It goes through next, there's one more option year after this, so July of 2022.
So this summer, we will get the option, the final option year?
Correct.
I'm just making a note here. So next year, a decision has to be made about the contract.
Correct, yes.
It either gets rebid or it gets brought in.
Yep, and like I said, I think we'll learn a lot from the work that Brad and our teams are leading, and that'll shape if we have an RFP or what's in the RFP. And like we've talked about, I think we want to be really thoughtful about this and make sure we're not making blanket decisions without really engaging and making really data and evidence-based decisions.
Yeah. The contract is paid out of Central, right? It's in the school support line?
Yeah, it's paid out of Central, but it does show up on school budgets, their allocation, just from a visibility standpoint. But ultimately, yes, it's paid out of Central.
So when it shows up on the school budget, the principal has to worry about it or not, because it's just funded?
It's just funded. We did that a number of years, or 2 years ago, I believe, to show the amount of money that's being spent at each school, including central service support. So it's funded at Central, but it showed up on the school budgets for their allocation.
Yeah. So when this hearing's over and a reporter comes up to me and says, so what's going to be different about school security next year? What's the answer?
So I would answer this in two different ways. I would say DCPS is committed to an enhanced training program to support all aspects of the work and really leading with trauma-informed practices, restorative justice, cultural competency, language access, and schools had the authority and autonomy to create their own program for next year in terms of security and how to use those funds, and specifically how to re-envision what safety means through the potential reallocation of funds to support additional social emotional supports.
That's the 18 schools.
Correct.
Well, could more schools join up after this hearing?
We offered it to all secondary schools. 18 schools were the ones that applied and ultimately were approved. So all secondary schools had the ability to go through this exercise. Only 18 of the secondary schools, submitted a proposal and ultimately was approved.
What if
I could say that's one of the key. I'm sorry. I would say that's one of the key things also as we think about like what we want to learn from in the upcoming year. Like we really plan to spend a lot of time studying these particular schools across a number of different metrics, including student perception and incidents of violence, school culture, to determine the effectiveness of these initial strategies that we've put in place. We, as a district, are expecting about, the restorative justice coordinator is a new position. We have about 40 schools that have selected that as a position for the upcoming year. So we're going to be studying those positions as well to see the impact that they also have on our schools. So I think there are a couple of things that we're really deeply invested in studying to really inform like what's the next iteration of this work for the school district.
Give me a second here. Give me just a second. That may be it for questions from me. But forewarning, we have the budget, as you know, coming up, and we have a hearing that will be on the DCPS budget, and I'm almost certain we'll be revisiting this topic of school security. And I'm almost certain there'll be testimony about how we need to get rid of the school resource officers, even though that's not in the committee of the whole. That'll show up in the Judiciary Committee, and I'm sure there'll be testimony that we need to probably go as far as to cancel the school security contract and to redirect all the money. So these will be issues that I am hopeful you will address, do more thinking and address when we have the next hearing. Thank you, each of you. And my staff will send you the article. It's undated. This drives me crazy when I get these undated things. Our metal detector is effective at making schools safer, and it was published in or by West Ed Justice and Prevention Research Center. I've not read it, so I have no idea what it says. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's going to conclude this hearing. This has been a hearing on school security in the District of Columbia Public and Public Charter Schools. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on May 5th. So anyone who wishes to submit comments, anybody's welcome to submit comments. People who didn't testify today may. You have 2 weeks to do so. The time is now 5:08 in the afternoon.